All right. Let's do some quick editing. Gonna get started here shortly. Let's hang tight real quick. All right. Just give everybody a few minutes to get here. I'll run through some announcements, and then I will bring our guest, Dragon Jasper, into the studio here, and we will get going. All right, let's do some quick editing here. Hang tight. All right, what we got? Here we go. All right. Okay, almost there. Just hang tight. Today's date. Education. All right, I think we're good. All right. We are good there. All right, well, welcome everybody to the feed. Let me send the link to my guest. Hold on. Copy. Gmail. Okay. Send her the link. Here we go. All right, we'll cue her up in the studio as soon as she gets here. Let me run through some quick announcements before we get started and before we bring our guest. Oh, let me hook up the mic. My bad. I forgot something. Get the mic hooked up. There we go. All right, I think we're good. All right, so let me run through some quick announcements as we are now approaching the end of July. We have one remaining event for the month of July. So let me put that up there real quick. And that's upcoming this upcoming Friday. Finishes out our month with the annual Feast of Set ritual. As you know, this month we've been solely focusing on the deity Set. We've devoted the entire month to him leading up to our ritual at the end of the month. We will go through in depth and finish it off in this Saturday's Patreon class. So some of you that are on Patreon, you guys have been doing that work. You've been reaching out to me, and we will cap everything off this Saturday and get us prepared for our ritual on the, what is that date? I'll make sure I get it right. The 28th at 8:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Again, you must be a Patreon member to participate in that ritual. to participate in all the classes. The best way is to go to the Patreon page, which you see pretty much everything I'm saying is on the ticker there on the bottom. Go to the Patreon page, patreon.com/Baniti, excuse me, Baniti. Tier 3 gives you access to the 3 private classes I do every month on Patreon, in addition to the ritual that we do as a group at the end of the month. So that's the best method to participate. Patreon.com/Baniti, Baniti. And again, tier 3. You can sign up for the classes individually, which is posted on all 3 platforms, which we are live right now on Primordial Chaos YouTube. We're live on Primordial Chaos, 2 words, on Facebook. And we are live on Instagram, which reminds me, let me go live. We are not live on Instagram yet. Now we are. And we are also live on Primordial Chaos 9, all one word, on Instagram. Information how to sign up for the classes individually on there. But again, you get it's a better option for you to join tier 3, money-wise, value-wise. It's going to give you access to everything we're doing on Patreon. In addition, when you do join, because this comes up all the time, you do get access to all the archived material. So it's not just from the moment you join moving forward. You also have all of the classes that have been archived for the last few years. So it's a lot of material, a lot of classes, a lot of ritual work. People always reach out and say, how much do your classes call? I get emails about this all the time. What kind of classes you do, this and that. And I direct people straight to the Patreon page, tier 3. That is the best way to take classes with me. If you want to take private classes outside of YouTube, that is the best way to take classes with me. And we cover every topic. And as I said before, there we can get a little bit more detailed. We can talk about some things that I won't really talk about openly here on YouTube, because this is more of an open platform, etc. So I definitely would check that out. That's the best way to participate in the classes. All right. New post will be going up. The new classes for August and the ritual work for August will be going up in the next several days as we approach the end of the month. As you guys know, I post them as we get close to the end of the previous month before we go into the new month. So I will be posting new classes, new rituals. So look out for that if you are on Patreon. But check it out, patreon.com/Baniti, Baniti. If you are interested in a spiritual reading or a consultation, I'm in the wave right now for this last week and a half. It's accelerated even more than normal. And it's posing a little bit of a challenge. For an example, I had a customer, a client today from Israel. That's a 7-hour time difference. I get some customers in London and England, which I'm trying to schedule that one. I will get with you. Sister you, I'm looking at the schedule. I get customers in Africa. So it just makes it a little challenge when I get a lot of international customers in the same week, because for an example, Israel is 7 hours ahead of us. I have to plan these things, doing readings usually at times I usually wouldn't. So it's a little hectic this week, but if you need a reading or a consultation, I can start booking for next week. I am booked for the rest of the weekend. I just want to put that out there. I don't think it's a huge deal, but if you can wait till next week, I'm scheduling any emails, any readings I get from today moving forward will be scheduled from Monday on. I do not have any room to do any more readings this weekend. That's how full I am, which is a blessing. I'm not complaining. It's a blessing. But if you're interested in a Klepothic demonic reading, or if you're interested in a shadow work reading, which is a great place to start, highly recommended if you're trying to figure out what's going on in your life, what's going on around me, what direction should I be going in, which will clearly identify what type of ritual work you should be doing. And the importance of carrying out ritual work should be based on your needs, right? Not just randomly doing shit. Deity readings, which help and assist you to see what spirits and demons and energy walk with you, so you can understand yourself better in relationship to the spirits. Egyptian oracle readings, which, as I said, for the last few months, that's been going through the roof. Santa Muerte readings. For a full list of readings and all the services I offer, just shoot me an email. Again, everything I'm saying is right there on the bottom of the screen. So just shoot me an email at kanoom19@gmail.com, and I will send you that information. 6th annual Journey of the Black Adept Conference, as I gave the dates last week. Let me give them again. It's pretty much looking like October 19th to the 22nd. All right. As I said, it's a 4-day event. We are starting to now get the itinerary in order. It will be at Cultural Expressions in Hollywood, Florida. I'm going to bring my guest in.
Hi.
Hey, how you doing? I'm just finishing the announcements, and then I'm going to bring you in. We are live, just so you know. So we don't want you doing anything crazy on camera, right?
Okay, thanks.
So you are live, all right.
No
but I'll just
problem.
mute you until I bring you in. I just want to let you know. We don't want you to do anything crazy.
Okay.
All right. I'll be done in about a minute or two. Okay.
No problem.
All right. So yeah, the conference again is a 4-day event. It starts on Thursday, October 19th, with a meet and greet. But this year we're going to do something a little funner, thanks to Brother Taja. We're doing the meet and greet at a place called Throwback Diner. So Taja had suggested, why don't we come like throwback 80s, 90s type of clothing and characters. So I thought that would be pretty cool, make it a little bit more fun, a little bit more exciting. So that'll be on Thursday night. Friday and Saturday, same itinerary, pretty much 9 to 4. We have classes and workshops. Then we take a break. We come back in the evening, a ritual on both nights, followed by a family dinner. And then a question and answer class closes it out from noon to 4. So it's going to be a lot of fun, a lot of learning, a lot of growing, a lot of socializing. Don't come if you don't have a sense of humor, because we do act like ass clowns when we are just having fun, eating, listening to music, and kicking it. So you got to have that side. I got to give the warning, because sometimes we're trying to kick back, socialize, and have fun, and people want to bombard with questions. And there's a time for spiritual stuff. There's a time to kick back and have fun. All right. So that's the third weekend in October. If you need more information on that, reach out to me and I will get that information over to you. Okay. That pretty much covers all the announcements I wanted to run through. I'm going to bring in my guest. Let me unmute her mic. Hold on. Okay. Okay. You're unmuted. Can you hear me, Dragon?
Yes, I can.
All right. Well, we want to welcome you back to the show.
Thank you.
So we're going to be more focused on a topic this time. But before we begin, we did the whole interview last time. But for those that may not be familiar with you, give a brief introduction of yourself and also let them know. And we'll do this again before we close out, where they can contact you. But just briefly introduce yourself to those who may not have been here for the first show.
Okay. Well, hi, everybody. Hi, Baniti. My name is Jasper. Yes, that is my real name. And I am an energy work practitioner. I also produce and create occult music. So music for ritual, all that kind of stuff. I also create talismans that you can download and screenshot for your cell phone if you'd like. All of that stuff is on my website. You can go to dragonjasper.com/links or just dragonjasper.com.
And don't forget your YouTube page, where a lot of your music is
Oh
at.
man, yeah, it's all on YouTube. So if you search Dragon Jasper Energy or Dragon Jasper Music, you should find me right away. And if you need any help with that, you can message me on Instagram at Dragon Jasper Energy.
Awesome. All right. So you see the title, working with energy and magic. So we're gonna more so focus this time around on that particular aspect, which is gonna branch obviously into other things, as you know. But that's gonna be one of the main focal points that we will focus on this evening, right? All right. So I do have kind of like a checklist here I'm going to go with. So I'm going to throw some stuff at you. And
yeah, let's see where it goes.
Yeah, let's see where it goes. So let's start. And this was some of the things that we had discussed and you sent in the email. So I'm kind of going to use your list. We'll go right through it. I think these are great talking points and topics, because I think there's also included in this, in my opinion, there's a lot of solid core foundational practices we need to be aware of. And personally, in my opinion, I think there are a lot of us lacking this stuff. All right. So let's first talk about, in your definition, the basic magical practice, right? Or process, I should say. How would you describe that?
There are 3 core parts to every ritual that you do, whether that's mental magic, whether that's a full-blown, massive 75-part ritual with $10,000 worth of props. Like, it doesn't matter. It has the same basic 3-part structure. You open the ritual, you perform the ritual, and close it, right? And within that, we also have cleansing, we have protection, and then we have banishing at the end, and grounding. Grounding to me is the most important part, because once you've completed the ritual and you've taken in all of that energy, you need to return back to your body.
Correct.
And during the ritual, you are meant to be interacting with different energies. You're meant to be understanding like what it is that you're doing, not just on an intellectual level, but at a physical level as well, and an intuitive level. Right. So energy work, as it correlates to that within the ritual itself, you're already doing it if you are intuiting things that are going on, if you're understanding the energies that are floating around, so to speak, like whether you're doing evocation, you can sense and see, or invocation, where you can just feel and experience.
Okay. So, now I want to back up and pick your brain. What are some of the things you do, preparation steps to prepare for a ritual, as far as creating it, getting it set up, and preparing it? Because I think also it's interesting to hear that, because preparation obviously is key. So tell us, I'm not saying everybody does it the same, but what are some of the things you do as far as preparation for a ritual?
The very first thing I always do is I figure out what I need to do. I need to understand my goal, and I need to understand what I need to achieve that goal. So let's say, for example, I want to manifest a trip to Disney World, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which I don't. I no longer wish to go to Disney World. I'm done there now. But what do I need? Do I need candles? Do I need herbs? Do I need jars? Do I need material stuff? Do I even need any of that stuff? Yes or no?
Right.
And then I think about my goal in depth. Like, why do I want this trip to Disney World? Do I want to be creepy and run around being sad because I don't have a family? Or is it just like, I want to go there and enjoy myself,
Exactly.
You need to know the reasoning behind your ritual before you even take that first step of collecting materials. Because every single aspect to that ritual, like going down to the finest part of the subtlest energy, is going to contribute to your overall result. Okay. And if you're unsure of your goal going in, you don't know what you're doing. You miss the basic foundational step to your entire ritual process.
100%. Yeah, I'm glad you said that. And basically what you described is what I'd say a lot on here on YouTube and in the classes. You have to have your intent needs to be in alignment, and your preparation work is key to that. So I'm glad. So what I'm hearing from you is you evaluate the whole situation. You're clear on your intent. You identify what specifically you might need for that ritual. And this is good stuff, because this is what I mean when I say foundational stuff. Believe it or not, people sometimes, as I said a few minutes ago, they don't do this. Okay. So there is that preparation. The other thing I wanted to pick your brain about in the statement you used, I want you to describe it how you use it, even though, but before I make that statement, I want to hear your definition. You mentioned banishing, right? I want you to explain, because people have different methods of how they use banishing. So can you share that with us when you say banishing in your terms?
For me, I use banishing in a scorched earth terminology. Mm-hmm. That was when I really don't want that around me. No fucking more. I've had enough of that energy. I don't want it around me. Like, I've learned a lesson. It's gone. It's done. Like, the energy, whether it's stagnant energy from like in a place or in a situation, or it could be any energy that no longer belongs in my life. Okay. For me personally, banishing to the depth that I use it is a complete like reset, going back to the clean slate. So if let's say it's like some weird things going on, like I start having weird dreams, waking up in the middle of the night, and I'm like, it's time to do some banishing work up in here.
Okay. So it's more of a manipulating energy type of thing. And all right, because so some people have more of a religious definition of it, more of a spooky definition. I'm glad you shared that, because as I always tell people, when you're casting a hermetic circle, sometimes what's described as banishing isn't banishing in the sense, say, of the lesser, the banishing ritual, the pentagram. That's a little, to me, that's a little more religious. But I just wanted that clarification on that. I appreciate that. Now, do you do anything like preparation for rituals? Any like spiritual baths or? I always suggest on my Patreon page, I tell people don't have excess food in your system when you're doing a ritual. Any dietary things or spiritual baths that you do or do not incorporate or you might suggest?
To be honest with you, Beniti, like my whole life is a ritual. Like I just feel like everything in my life is just ongoing. Like I know at some point in the near future I will have to do this work. So for me, I don't eat red meat at all. Like point blank.
Okay.
And if I do daily cleansing, so I take baths with salts, like whether it's salts, normal Epsom salt bath or shower, or just showering with salt itself. Like an actual bath, like it depends on your intention also, because you can also soak in baths, like you can absorb the cleansing energy, or you can use it to absorb different kinds of energy, like manifesting and that type of stuff.
Okay. Good. I'm a big supporter. Now that is mandatory. I encourage doing some type of spiritual baths or cleansing. Minimum once a month. It's great to do it before rituals if you can. I just think overall it helps. I think the practitioner has to be able to fit that into their regimen. But I'm glad you shared that. That's good stuff. Now, the next thing you have on here, explain in your terms. So we're talking about magic. We're talking about energy and how we incorporate those two things. Because as we know on this path, everything, right?
Everything is energy.
Right?
If the vibes ain't right.
People throw that around in so many different spiritual paths, but I don't really think they understand. And I try to tell people demons, spirits, gods, goddesses, archetypes, whatever you want to refer to it as, they are forces of energy, right? We are beings of light and energy that interact and connect with that energy. So there's a constant giving and receiving, etc. So you used the term, something we discussed and you mentioned, explain. Now this is probably going to be a little bit more detailed. I know this is not something that can be explained in one sitting, but let's get to the principles. You described something, how energy fits into magical practice, right? Let's talk a little bit about that.
No, this can go very far reaching.
Yes.
Okay, I first started doing energy work when I discovered Jareth Tempest's books. Like he is a guy, he's written an awesome book called The Angels of Omnipotence. If you haven't read that and have never worked with those before, highly recommend. But he delivers attunements to people. And what attunements are is just a shift to your energy. So basically it's like installing software and upgrading your energy. Right. But the way I learned how to use this energy from different spirits and different beings was, and I would not recommend this for anyone who's not ready. I'm a little touched in the head, so I kind of just like jumped in and did it.
You got to be touched in the head to be on this path, but go ahead.
I just jumped in and I went ahead and I did it, and I was like, wow, this type of magic it flows different, You can sense different things. Like it enhances your ability to interact with the spiritual realm. It gives you a whole other different kind of social almost experience, not even almost social experience with the spirits that you work with. Because not only are you aware that they're with you 24/7, you are able to access their power and to use them to improve your situation, depending on what it is that you'd like to do. But in terms of the generality of energy within magic itself, I think it's very important to recognize that once you open yourself to magic in any form, spiritual hygiene is not optional. It's not optional. Because you could wake up one day totally fine, do some rituals, go to sleep, and then start having, weird symptoms that you don't quite get. You can have your nervous system being shocked. You can have headaches. You can have voices appearing in your minds that you never had before. You can experience all sorts of different things because you picked up energy that you never let go of at the end of your experience.
Right. Now, if you don't mind, you can do this in a very non-discreet, non-direct way. Everything you're saying in a conversation we had not too long ago, a few days ago, this has been a very interesting several months for you. You don't have to get into
Oh my
detail.
God.
Everything you just said confirmed. And kind of when you were saying it, I kind of know that was part of the reason why you were saying it. I like that term, spiritual hygiene. I'm glad you said that. Just give people, again, you can be discreet about it. You don't have to share anything personal, but explain to people some of those effects that you talked about, what you've experienced the last several months and that change and a lot of those things that go on. Share
Well,
that with the people.
this whole journey that we are all going on, right? It's all about knowing yourself. It's about knowing yourself down to the subtlest grade that you can possibly know yourself. You know, all of your shadows, all of your likes, all of your dislikes. But not
Right.
only that, but taking a step further and accepting yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, what happened was I did not accept myself. So
Mm.
even though I went through all of this work and I've been doing all of this internal work and I've been doing all of these amazing things with energy, there was still a part of me that was like, people will not accept me if I do not follow a certain path.
Mm. Mm.
And for me, like, I don't want to get too deep into it because I don't want to encourage people to do crazy things. I just do.
So good.
But I will say, like, if something is not for you, the universe will show it to you in your face.
Correct.
And you will live in a state of like contraction. Like, you will be trying to figure out why things around you just simply don't feel right. And at some point, you will lose your stomach for the environment, for the people, for the experience itself, for the job, for the
Yes.
for the way you're making money, for the way what you're eating. These are all. I mean, people are running around calling them energy upgrades, but what's really happening is that you are becoming a fuller version of who you actually are.
That's
And
correct.
I had that experience where I ended up in a very toxic work situation for 3 months. And I'm even shocked that I stayed there that long. But it was because I needed to learn that lesson energetically, like on a soul level, so that
Right.
I would understand deep inside myself, like, accept that this is not the path for you. Understand that energy is very real and that this is not what you are here to do.
Right. And in listening to what you're saying, and then when we were discussing it previously, all of that is what I explained throughout the years in many classes and videos, that when that you have that detachment, that realization, like you look around you, you realize, all right, this may not be my career path, my career choice.
Yeah.
Start looking at people differently, like, okay, and I've seen this happen, like people you might have vibed with for a while. I've even seen people who were good friends with people for many years. All of a sudden, the energy changes and you see them differently. And sometimes it may not be in a positive light. It might be, oh my God, I've seen fucked up shit about this person that I never noticed before.
You
All these,
can't unsee it.
yeah, all these detachments is and it can be crazy. You're 100% right. The ride can be a little wacky and crazy, but all of this is you changing and growing, for the better. And this is, again, it's good you're on here. We have other people on here that come on. This is what I mean when I say to people, be prepared for change, because change is not all the time. Change can be painful. Change, sometimes it can be, invigorating and joyful and all that stuff too. I'm not saying there's not some bliss to it, but there's some pain and struggle you're going to go through
Now,
mentally.
I will say this too, like, one of the things that I do notice a lot when people go through energy work, especially like, for example, my clients, they will have these massive internal shifts. Like,
Mhm.
it doesn't take days, it doesn't take, weeks, it doesn't take years. Like, just by attuning yourself, not even attuning, just by having that divine energy run directly through you, healing energy run directly through you, you experience that shift in mindset, being like, oh my God, wow, like, I see this the way I never saw it before. Like, this is the actual perspective, that's going to help me. And it's because they're clear now. They can understand things in a different way. And
Right.
I totally forgot where I was going with this point, but what I'm trying to say is,
No. I'm following you, and I'm sure everybody else is. No,
yeah,
see,
it's
you're branching out into other things. Keep going, keep flowing. We're following
I just feel people, does it change? Being afraid of change is natural, but you
you. Right.
cannot let the fear stop you and block you from the right energy for you. It took everything in me. Like it took me, I knew I wasn't supposed to be in that flicking job. I knew that.
Correct.
I felt that. I knew that from the first day I walked in that building for the interview, that this was not the place for me. And out of rebellion to what, you know, not even rebellion, out of over acceptance of what I had been told. I had been shutted into a corner, just you should do this, you should do that, you should do the next thing. Like all of that like takes you and just puts you in this bubble.
Right.
It takes you away from the true potentials of existence that we have. So it's it's okay to be afraid of change, but it's more important to be afraid of what will happen if you don't change, if the situation doesn't change. So if you're in a stuck situation now and you don't do anything to get out of it, you should be more afraid of that than you are of the change you will have to go through.
100%. And I tell people that whether it's in could be bad career situations, this is definitely applies when you're in a toxic relationship. And we were talking about this, I believe, on the last YouTube class.
Yeah.
We went through that heavy. When you stay in a very stagnated, negative, toxic situation, yes, you should fear what can continue from that. That's even more dangerous. And I'm glad you said that because I find, just in my opinion, a lot of our problems are self-created based on the choices and the decisions we make. And I keep telling people that 9 out of 10 times, we are the root source of our problems, our successes, and our failures, all of those things. And just because being that root cause, it means we also have the ability to change it.
Right.
Right. So I'm glad that you said that. And I like that. I think I'm going to steal that from you and use it on YouTube. Be more afraid of if you don't do anything to bring about change. That is a very good point. All right. Now, again, this particular topic, right? These are just some of the ways how magical energy. I mean, this is something you could talk about this for hours, but all of this is in that category. There's a wide spectrum of how these things fit into the process, right? And in addition to the things you're saying that fit into the process, right, we're also talking about how these are the effects of how you utilize them or how you don't utilize them, right? Anything else you wanted to add on that before we move on? I mean, because this is something that can be talked about. Was there something important that might have been left that the listeners need to hear? Or
Let me describe a situation for
okay.
everyone. So let's say you are in a stuck situation, right? And you're doing like 75 trillion rituals to try and get out of the situation. But you yourself have not A, accepted that the situation is to end. B, you haven't done anything to, in the real world, in the material realm, to act on that.
Mm-hmm.
And C, you are feeling worse and worse about it every day.
Right.
A combination of those three things together is a very dangerous situation for you to be in.
Okay.
Because it's like one, I'm trying to like find things to do. I was like, let's say this, right? Like this thing. Let's say this is you here. And then the situation is out here. The situation is closing in on you like this. And you're trying to move through in space time to get where you need to go and do what you need to do. And the situation is like, you're not going nowhere.
Yep. It'll clamp down on you.
So change is loosening that situation. It's expanding your energy so that you can move through, like how you, I like this thing. So you move through how you need to move through to get where you need to go. And it can be challenging, especially if the situation is something that has been generational. If it's something that's occurring at the soul level, it's causing you unconsciously driven behaviors. Like I'm doing this test session on a couple people now, and it's called Release, and it's working on things called soul blockages that come directly, from things like trauma that you experience as a child, or even traumas you could have experienced in a past life or whatever. But the point is to have that awareness of the behavior in the first place is the first step. Because once you can see that there's a problem and accept that there is a problem and accept that maybe you are the problem, especially if you are experiencing a physical manifestation of that problem. So I would definitely recommend that overcoming fear of change is one of the most important things you could do when you are looking at your situation. And if you can't overcome the fear, definitely do rituals on your fear. Do rituals on your fear.
Now, you mentioned, I want you to clarify for the listeners, you mentioned generational in that statement you just made, just so listeners are clear. What did you mean when you said generational? Are you talking about things you inherited through genealogy? I just want to be clear because that stood out to me because I'm big on that. But what did you mean in the process you just described? Where did the generational aspect apply?
Let's say, for example, you have inherited a specific trauma from your maternal lineage, right? And now you are the latest person in this lineage and the most recent and the last person to be dealing with this.
Right.
You don't know. Okay. Because you haven't seen the repeating pattern as yet. If you are still for a while and you ask yourself, why am I experiencing this? Where does this problem actually come from? Where did I notice it before? Then you can pinpoint where it's come from. It might not be you who's the source of the problem, but you may be perpetuating the problem, by continually performing the behaviors that the problem is forcing you to do.
Right.
So that's what I mean by generational. I don't necessarily mean physical ailments and things like that, although it is possible. However,
sure.
I ain't promising, no miraculous healing. I ain't no televangelist over here. So, But I will say it is very important to be aware of your family, if you can. Like, who are they? What do they do? What are the similarities between your behavior and your parents' 100%. Behavior? Do you know your grandparents? Are you doing some of the stuff they used to do? All important questions to ask.
No, very, very important. And what I'm hearing in that, it sounds, because I always say in all work we do, there is some level of shadow work. I don't care what anybody says. That sounds like, in my opinion, it sounds like some, in detailed aspects of shadow work, right? Because it's about understanding yourself, especially when you're talking about things psychological things you could have picked up along the way, things you've been exposed to, generational things. And we address all this in the shadow work class because that stuff is real. Okay. That stuff is real. And it really helps us identify why we are the way we are. Right. We're a certain way because our experiences have shaped that to a degree. But again, the process and the reasoning for doing ritual work is to work on the things that we may not like or that are not productive. But no, I just wanted to clarify that. I'm glad you clarified that. Very important. But continue if there was something else you wanted to add.
Shadow work, I think sometimes we miss the points of shadow work. Like, I see a lot of people online intellectualizing magic in general. And for some people, that works for them. Like, they can spend 10,000 hours a year in a library reading occult books until their eyes start bleeding, right? But for the rest of us who are on this path to A, achieve results, and B, experience shifts, not just within us, but without us as well, because, as above, so below, etc., etc. We need to do that shadow work because there's power in that. Yes. There's our own power inside of that. Imagine you're trapped behind this dark cloud for X amount of years of your life, and suddenly it's like inversion type of thing. It's like
Mhm.
you're looking at your shadow, but you're trying to find your light at the same time.
Exactly.
And where there is shadow, there's always light. So even if you have aspects about yourself that you don't like, things that you may have felt ashamed of for like whatever reason that you feel ashamed of them, there's value in those aspects of yourself, you know.
Right.
So
Yeah. No, good stuff. Uh, and again, I think a lot of the things you ran down in that list, right, is critical and key. And what I'm hearing, the evaluation process is so critical because self-evaluation is what we're constantly doing on this path, right? And we have to be aware of these things because people always, I mean, sometimes it baffles me, but people always ask, what should I be doing? What direction should I be heading in? I think if you're doing this type of work, shadow work, or these type of aspects, working with energy that you're describing, you will come to the awareness of the direction you need to be going. And if you're utilizing, the process and a lot of things that you were talking about. Now, again, everything we're kind of going to be talking about is going to fit into that topic, how energy fits into the mat. That we could have titled this video that too.
yeah, that could be the whole video.
Yeah, I mean, technically that's what the title is, but yes. But let's go to this. This one is very interesting here. Okay. And this is something I would like to elaborate on. I want you to touch on it first. So one thing you had here was why energy work is important for magical workers, witches, and all spiritual practitioners. And the second part's even better. But in that statement alone, I know there's a lot of titles people carry on this path. I'm a witch, I'm a warlock, I'm a sorcerer, I'm this, I'm that.
It's a rap song remix.
Yeah, pretty much. Explain in your understanding how you is there really maybe on the surface outside of title wise what's the difference between those things and how would you fit that energy process into all that is what I'm saying.
Honestly, it depends on the person. What I've noticed for each person I've worked on so far is that every spirit is different. Every single person is different. Like you can categorize yourself if you want. That just makes conversations easier.
Right.
But each one of us has a different energetic makeup. All of us have the same basic spiritual structure, but how we are experiencing the world affects how each of our parts work. For example, someone might have a much larger, more active heart chakra than someone else. You might have a much larger, more active sacral chakra than somebody else.
Good point.
You might have a natural ability to just radiate energy from yourself and you don't even know. Like, it really depends on what the person wants to call themselves and the quality of their energy in the first place. So where like let's see, because even inside of these titles there are like subtitles, right?
Exactly. That was my point. Yep.
I just feel like I would be going on a long denominational rant if I started like listing all of the different titles. So really I just threw those three in there to be like, all right, I'm just gonna try to throw everyone in there. Like I'm gonna do my best to describe everyone in one shot.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah, what I mean by that is like we need to take care of that spiritual structure.
Yes. Now, the next part after that, I think will give even more clarity on it. So people always ask for an example, and I want to segue the question with this. People talk about black magic. People talk about light magic, dark work, white magic, black magic, Wicca magic, et cetera, right? You had something here I think definitely needs to be explained. What is the difference between all of those energies and what we call working with energy on the left-hand path? There is a difference, but in your understanding and experience, how would you describe? Now, what I tell people is this, because people always say, well, isn't magic magic? And I'll say yes and no, okay? There's different vibrational frequencies and levels of energy of that magic and how you reciprocate them. So the vibrational degrees do vary, right? But in your words, because obviously you made that clear here, what is the difference, say, between doing, regular energy work, whether that's wicker, whether that could be maybe doing different, it could be doing Buddhism, it could be doing Reiki work, any just other aspects of energy that's not left hand path and left hand path in your experience. What's the difference?
For me, there's one massive difference, and you can experience this if you're working with beings like Lucifer or Lilith or
Right.
Belial or Asmodeus. Any being on the left hand path, you can experience this for yourself. It goes a level deeper, I want to say. Like for us, we have our light body, right? We have our spirit, we have our physical and observable light body. Now for left hand path work, it goes even a level further back than that. Like I'm trying to get the diagram out of my head and into the words.
I got you. We're following you. We're following you.
So a lot of us, well, especially in the Temple of Ascending Flame, we use the term void, right? And I think it's perfect because there is that extra layer of existence that regular, everyday right hand path magic does not touch. It does not go into your shadow. Like you can use it to expose your shadow. You can use religion to discover what your shadow actually is in a way. But left hand path work is not just about discovering it, it's about utilizing that, understanding it, incorporating it into your life, and accessing it in the first place, and using that power to become the person that you want to be. So, what I would like to give an example. Let's say you have layers of atmosphere on a planet, right? Our farthest atmosphere of Earth, whatever it is, the stratosphere, whatever you want to call that, that has a limit. That's the end of Earth. Let's say that's you, like that's a person right there. Now let's think about space and all of the energies coming towards Earth from in space. The sun, the other planets, the other stars, like all the other energies that we pass through every single day. That is LHP. Okay?
Yes.
That is left-hand pathway. You energetically, you cannot reach that using light-based work. That type of work is purposefully, I don't want to say limited, but is purposefully intended for this earthen realm right here. It will not take you to that external level where you can communicate with primordial energies, where you can understand the energies behind the elements themselves, energies behind even the planets or whatever. But like, there are energies older than what we have on Earth. And those energies are not going to be available to those who are only doing light work. You will be in this earth bubble when what we really need sometimes is those primordial energies to come in and to assist us with what we have going on. Sometimes it's a bit, I don't want to say difficult to describe, but let's say you have a problem and you've been trying to solve this problem with light-based energies for like 10 years, and you're not getting anywhere. You don't understand. Right. You've thrown literally all 72 angels at it, and you still having trouble.
Didn't work.
So you need a primordial energy to override. Like, it's like a computer. Like, if you can get into the computer as an administrator, you can do everything in the computer. But if you are just a regular guest user, then you cannot do everything on the computer.
Can't do it, that's right.
So let's say this LHP is the administrator who can come in, devirus the computer, defragment the computer, like make sure that whatever energy that is disorganized, because it is more chaotic, it can bring more order to the situation in a more powerful way.
Right. And I want to get your thoughts on two things. One, everything that you just kind of described there, like you say, what I keep telling people essentially with this path is about, you need light and darkness, but darkness obviously is the root of that light or intellect, right? There are, when we talk about magic And when we talk about energy, there is different vibrational degrees of that energy, right? And like you said, you might be trying to resolve a problem. You could be using the 72 angels or the lesser name. It's just not working because it needs a different type of energy to resolve that problem, right?
Exactly.
Now, having said that, your thoughts, just I'm asking for an honest opinion on this. This is the reason why I joke around a lot about it on the channel. I have fun with it. I kind of crack, make jokes. There's so many platforms out here now. You have a platform, I have a platform, others have platforms. There's people, I'm sure, in the chat that have platforms, etc. And there are people who, which I think is dangerous because they mix stuff and they're not clear on it, because people have platforms where there's an infusion of New Age, Ifa, Santeria, occult, left, like they're mixing all these different systems, and it's kind of I call it like New Age occult left hand path, and it could be very misleading for a lot of the reasons we're talking about today. So I say all that to you because obviously a lot of us, myself, you, and I know plenty of people here in the chat, we work with different systems, different paths. So explain to me, how do you differentiate when you're doing spiritual work? Do you keep things in their perspective? And if you do cross systems, how do you do it if you do? Because this comes up a lot. Can I work with this energy and that energy? And I always tell people, if the frequency and the energy of that spirit, demon, whatever you're working with is similar, yes, you can align those. How do you do? Because how do you work with multiple systems? How do you infuse it? And what advice would you give people who work with multiple paths?
Honestly, like that advice that you give is very sound, because if you think about it like from a scale perspective, right? Let's say, just for fake diagram, I love these fake diagrams today. Let's say you got all of the LHP entities up here, and they are in a very thick, like shadow vibration. And then you got all of the nice, archangels, 72 angels down here, and they're just chilling. There's this nice, bouncy, happy light vibration. Now imagine you go straight from here to here. What is that going to do to your energy field? What is that going to do to your mind? What is that going to do to the way you're carrying yourself? That is such a ginormous leap from one side to the next. Now, I don't want to say that these energies cannot work together, because it really depends on what you're using it for. Like, what are your goals for using these energies, for calling on them? How are you doing this? Like, let's say I'm working on someone, and they not only need very deep primordial energy, but they also need angelic energy as well. I will not do that in the same session. That's just not going to happen. That's not going to work.
Right.
Because I will be taking this person, it's like a graph. Like if you go from the bottom straight up and then just throwing around their vibration, which is not healthy. You need to be able to stabilize yourself. If you know how to control your vibration, like if you are able to detect what's happening to you as it's happening, it's important that you're doing that, especially if you are doing things like, what I'm doing basically, which is utilizing those energies. Because how can I explain this? I don't want to use any more fake diagrams. I've had enough.
Okay. I think everybody here is grown adults. They can figure it out.
Yeah, it's like, if you don't want to feel like you're being sliced in half, that's the worst way I could possibly describe it.
No, it's a good point.
Don't do that to yourself. If you are using a bunch of different energies, don't allow the allure of having more magic, of amassing more magic to the problem, be what could potentially fuck you up. If you're going to be summoning one type of entity, likely in that pantheon or that realm that they're in, they have everything that you would possibly need for the problem. This is why setting goals is so important. Setting intentions at the beginning is so important. If you're going to be working with both, then you need to have a balance, and you need to be able to detect when your personal balance is off, because you could be waking up in the middle of the night, speaking foreign languages, and you trying to figure out what's going on.
Exactly.
You could be having these, and this, I'm only able to say these things because, like I said, I'm a bit touched in the head, so I've experienced all of this.
Right.
When I first started, getting these attunements, I was like, oh my God, this is so awesome. So I got 1, and then I got 3, and then I got 5, and then I got 10.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, I'm feeling very irritable. Like I want to strangle people like 90% of the time.
Right.
And that was a side effect of me taking in too many different energies all at the same time, too frequently.
Right. So this is an important topic because I always tell people, all right, we know this is a very eclectic, diverse path. Chaos magic and working with chaotic energy is just what that is. So you can be diverse. You can do a multitude of things. I've always said, like you said earlier, a lot of it depends on the individual and the practitioner. You got to know yourself, because this comes up a lot. I always get these questions, whether it's in an email or here in classes. Is it okay to be doing 4 or 5 different things at one time? And I think you kind of just clarified some of that.
I mean, you could. You
could, but
I wouldn't recommend it, but you could.
I wouldn't. I say that. So I say all that to say, explain to people how important, and when I say structure, I'm talking about how important is it for the individual to have some type of foundation and personal structure when approaching work. I was saying all that to get to that.
It's not negotiable. It's not. It's not negotiable. And what I've noticed in a lot of magical communities is there are a lot of people asking questions that are very basic on very advanced topics in magical experiences. You cannot just walk into the front door of a bank and expect them to let you into the vault. That's equivalent to what some of these people are doing. Like, I'm not criticizing anyone, but you need to know as a person. It doesn't matter where you came from. It doesn't matter if you were a practicing, preaching Pentecostal for 35 years. You cannot handle the energy. You do not know what you are doing.
Right. Yeah. And this is why, now again, some of it is based on the individual. I do, as time goes on, you become more experienced. As far as the multitasking, that can vary. But I always suggest for newer people, people that are just beginning on the path, I think it's even more critical for them. I've seen a lot of people come on the path very reckless. They're all over the place. And then a lot of the things you just described, a lot of the things you were running through, this happens, right? They go through this. And I'll be honest with you, more so for a newbie, this could be the make or break point for them.
Yes.
Yeah. So go ahead.
Sorry.
No. Go ahead.
People, we need to advance our curiosity. Like, if you find yourself asking basic questions in a working that's going to be 12 days long with spirits that you've never even researched before, perhaps it is time to go back to the very beginning and just be like, oh, I need to rebuild my own magical foundation so I know what's right for my energy versus what's wrong. There is so much content out there. My God, there's so much content out there. And a lot of it is fuckery. A lot of it is nonsense.
I agree.
I would say most of it is nonsense.
I 100% agree.
So in our curiosity, we need to research. We need to read a real book, not a fake book, not someone's blog post. Definitely, because I have experts that I read from and listen to every single day. I have people that I can talk to if I have a spiritual problem. All 3 of my Reiki teachers or energy teachers, I can go to them if I have a serious problem, and they will be able to assist me, And this is because I want to learn more.
Right.
The biggest part of magic is not the intellectualism, and it's not the energy, in my opinion. Those are 2 things that combine to create magic, because you need the curiosity of exploring and experiencing at the same time, of learning knowledge and practice at the same time, because one without the other is chaos.
And that's what I keep telling people. You could have all this knowledge, but if you don't have the know-how how to put it into practice, then what are we doing? You know, what's going on here? And in addition to a lot of the nonsense that's out there, and again, don't get me wrong, it's the day and time we live in, because well, obviously with the internet and social media, everybody and their mother got a channel now, right? Everybody, you know, everybody and their little brother and their cousin has some type of platform. It's everywhere. We can't avoid it. And then, you know, we're dealing with TikTok, Facebook, YouTube. I mean, and probably others, you know, that will start to come even after the fact. But you know, the process with all this nonsense that's out there, and it's a lot, we have to be intelligent enough to cipher through it, because it is a distraction. And I find, and a lot of people I know over the years that come here to this place, I find a lot of them get distracted easily, right? And I think it's important why I brought up the original question of having your own personal structure and foundation. And as you said, it's not really a choice. And I keep trying to tell people that, look, you can do whatever you want to do, right? Nobody's going to stop you. But I think the personal structure comes by knowing yourself. To me, a person who doesn't have their own foundation or structure, then they don't really know themselves. They're not doing shadow work.
I was literally about to say all of that that you just said.
Talk about that.
Because honestly, like, this is the best thing you could possibly do for yourself. Like, if you haven't been getting no results, if you haven't been like experiencing nothing, if you are confused about, you know, what you should even be doing in the first place, this is the part that you gotta do first or next if you already have started Magick. Like, it's so valuable. Like, I cannot express. Like, I have on my iPad so many different journals, so many different, like, you know, even like physical journals. All of these different things are to help me understand what is correct for my energy. I'm not going to let a random person read my tarot cards.
Exactly.
Okay. I'm not going to let a random person send me Reiki on the internet. Okay. Like, you need to be able to just discern what is good for you versus what is not good for you.
100%.
You know? And, you know, it's all about exploration. There are, of course, Reiki creators that I watch online. There's literally 2 of them. There ain't gonna be more than that.
Right.
You know, some things are just not good for you. Like, I cannot express how important it is to start with that foundational work so you can improve your intuition, because that is your guiding light. That is your guiding force. If you do not know, you know, who you are, if you don't have a relationship with your intuition, how are you gonna know what's good for you?
100%. And that's why I always say the person that knows what you need the most is you. And I keep telling people that it's great, as you described, to have teachers. It's great to have elders and guides. We need that in our journey so we can navigate through our path. But I always tell people, despite that, you still are going to have to be at a point, in essence, to make these decisions on your own. And I keep telling people, not everybody's going to be able to give you an answer for everything, because some things are meant for you to get the answers to yourself. And I think what happens is, with all this confusion and this chaos and with all this nonsense out there, I think part of it is rooted in, I think people think if they join an organization or a group or some type of platform, that being part of the Mickey Mouse Club is going to give you some pass to some higher understanding. And it doesn't. It essentially creates more chaos and confusion. And this path is about, if we use, and I always use the term self-mastery, okay? It starts with self and it ends with self. So I think it's important to have a foundation and a structure. Yes, it's an eclectic path. Yes, we deal with a lot of chaotic energy, but you have to, that's what I talk about when I keep telling people, like, we're focusing on set this month and Set is about making order out of your personal chaos. We all have shit, right? There's nobody that's obsolete that doesn't have some bullshit about themselves that they're dealing with, or situations and things going on in their life that they're dealing with, right? And anybody who says they don't, that's their first open, blatant lie. Okay, nobody's obsolete of that shit. But continue if there's anything else you wanted to add to that. I know we were talking about differentiating between. So the original origin of the question was, so there is a huge difference between, say, left-hand path magic and just working with magic and energy. I would say that's safe to say, correct?
Yeah. The focus of so I have 2 certifications. I got certified in Reiki, Usui Reiki, and then I just got certified in Karuna Reiki.
Explain the difference between the two so people understand.
Usui Reiki deals with physical, the spiritual system, the physical body, as well. You can basically use Usui Reiki for anything. You can use it for manifestation. You can use it for generalized healing. You can use it for mental work. All sorts of different things. You can infuse items with it. It's a rainbow of possibilities. But the point of Usui Reiki is always to use it for the highest good of all and with harm to none. Right? So when a client is on my table, I ensure that the environment is cleansed, that they are in a safe place, and they are completely comfortable. And the focus is to get the body relaxed enough to jumpstart its natural healing process, as well as to integrate the spiritual energy necessary to assist that person. So Karuna Reiki, on the other hand, it focuses on compassion action, and it reaches to a level deeper than Usui Reiki reaches. So Usui Reiki, while you can use it for basically anything, especially physical and health related and spiritual related, Karuna Reiki takes it a level deeper to the soul level, where you can assist someone in clearing, ingrained patterns, where you can assist them in, solving problems with their personal power, solving problems with codependence, doing things like cleansing and protecting them from prior spiritual attacks, and just getting them to refocus themselves on the truth of what is, instead of just trying to solve the problem from the problem perspective. You go straight to the root with Reiki.
Right.
And to take it a step further, with the left-hand path energies that I use, they are very specialized. So, for example, the attunements that I have are some like Lucifer, Belial, Asmodeus, all sorts of people. There's a long list on my website. There's like 20 of them in there. So it's like, but basically, what you can do with all of these things is address a different level of whatever it is that needs to be healed or adjusted for the person. So we can begin at the roots, or we can begin at the exterior of the problem.
Right. Very, very important. And I'm glad you explained the difference. So I wanted you to do that because I know the listeners might have heard you mentioning Reiki. That's because you're a practitioner of it. So I wanted you to kind of elaborate on that. And I had mentioned to you in a conversation, I've done a few of them. And the one that I said stands out, and I believe it's the more detailed, more spiritual one, the second one that you described. I had a Native American shaman woman do it on me a few years back, quite a long time ago, 20 years ago or so. And whatever she touched on, as I explained to you, took me to the astral plane within a matter of minutes. And I was joking about it to you, but it was true. I was laying on the table with my head through the hole, and I went into such, not just a regular sleep, but like such a deep sleep. Was so heavy that I left my body. I remember waking up, just drool on the floor. I mean, I was out. And I was gone traveling. And it can be very effective if the person that is doing it knows what they're doing. Because you mentioned spiritual healing. There could be emotional stuff there. A lot of things can come up. It was intense. it's if you haven't, I mean, I know a lot of people have, but if I'm just gonna throw out there, if you haven't, I would definitely encourage, if you get the opportunity, to definitely try it or experience it. Now, I know you're in the Bahamas, so let's put out there, if anybody is near where you are, reach out. I would
Yeah.
encourage it.
You can
Definitely.
also get a distance Reiki session, or not just Reiki, but if you have a preferred spiritual guide you work with and you want to experience their
Ah,
energy as well.
okay.
So this is what I'm talking about. And so I realize that this is more of a show than explain profession. So I have some more showing to do. I have 2 videos on my channel now that are, one is for cleansing, chakra balancing and protection, and the other one is for deep grounding. I have many more, many, many more, many,
Mhm.
many more on the way. And
No, yeah.
um, I just opened my sessions on my website. So if you want to experience distance energy work for your own self, or get
Cool.
your own video that you can have so you can experience it yourself, I
Right.
can do
No,
that too.
no, good. Yeah, definitely want the people to be 100% aware of that. But as we keep talking, I know there's some comments, some questions in the chat. Just keep loading them in there, and yes, we will get at that point where we will go to questions, comments. So if you got a question, and we'll get it over to the sis, and we'll address. So keep them coming. Put the comments, questions in there. Um, we'll get to that when that point comes. Right. So you mentioned chakras, right? Chakras, depending on people how you pronounce it. What is now? There's a difference of opinion on this, whether it's in the left-hand path community, the occult, et cetera, et cetera. In your work and what you do, and in your opinion, chakra work overall, elaborate on the importance of it, or elaborate also, share with people what it is you do and how you incorporate it on the path, and things of that nature. Since you mentioned it, that's something I definitely would like you to touch on.
So chakras are energetic structures that are connected to physical points in the body. These are things that we have known in humanity basically since we started spirituality. So people from the Eastern traditions are the ones who wrote books on this, who explain the spiritual structure in terms of chakras, who understand, especially when it comes to Kundalini raising, how
Mhm.
important the chakras and their
Yes.
balance truly are. Because let me tell you, you could be, oh yeah, I'm trying to raise my Kundalini. Especially, I remember there was like 3 years where the New Age community, that was all it was talking about. Just
That's correct.
every day, Kundalini, Kundalini. Like, yeah, okay, no problem. You
And
are trying to raise your Kundalini with blocked chakras,
yeah,
you are going to have a terrible time.
correct. Yes, and I tell people it's not always pleasant. Explain that. And Kundalini energy can be very intense and painful. But go ahead.
So the chakra energy system is constructed of 7 core chakras. And there are more, but these are the
Right.
7 main ones. So you can go from your root chakra, which is at the base of your spine,
Mm-hmm.
to your sacral chakra, which is also in Japanese and Chinese tradition called seat of the soul.
Mm-hmm.
Your solar plexus chakra, your heart chakra, throat chakra, third eye chakra, and crown chakra as well.
Mm-hmm.
And all 7 of these chakras have a different job. Each one of these jobs is important, and you can feel it in your body if one of them is not working properly. So, for example, someone who never used to have muddled thoughts before suddenly realizes that they are unable to think straight. This can be an imbalance in your crown chakra. This can be an imbalance in your third eye chakra. Someone who cannot speak up properly for themselves, or has a problem using their voice, or finds it difficult to write or express themselves at all. This is an imbalance of the throat chakra.
Right. Correct.
your heart chakra. I can go all the way down. That'll take like an hour. So let's not do that.
You can run through them briefly just to give people a general idea. Keep going. Run through them briefly.
So your heart chakra, this has to do with love and receiving and being able to have compassion for others, right? Let's say you are filled with hatred and anger 24 hours a day. This is this is just to be extreme. Like this is an imbalance of the heart chakra. You can also have like in any of those 4 chakras I just listed, you can also be experiencing things like anxiety, physical pain at this chakra site itself, or around that area. And it's important to balance them because, our upper chakras, they connect us to our spiritual work. This is what enables us to be able to use our intuition and express what we learn through our intuition as well. And the lower chakras, which are the solar plexus chakra, sacral chakra, root chakra. Root chakra is especially important because it is the chakra that helps to manage your connection to the physical world. So if you're experiencing financial problems, if you're experiencing an inability to release things, like if you hold on to things too much, if you find it difficult to wake up in the morning, like if your physical body has slowed down significantly, you can be experiencing an imbalance in your root chakra. And these imbalances, just to run, I skipped 2 of the lower chakras.
No, we got you. You're good.
So this is part of your curiosity. How about that? If you don't know them, you can go and look them up. I believe in you. You can do your research. But the point of these imbalances, they can come from anywhere. They can come from your day-to-day activities. You collect psychic debris as you go throughout your days. Especially if you have experienced traumatic events. Certain of your chakras may be damaged in some way, and you can heal them. This is not permanent damage. You can reverse, cleanse, and release damage that has been done to your chakras.
Now, having said all that, now I run across people, and I got to call it for what it is, right?
Oh no.
Because that's basically it's hard for me not to. There are some people who are under the illusion. People will say shit like, my crown chakra is open, my third eye is open, and I'll go, okay, and they'll describe an incident, an experience they might have had, and I try to tell people you can have bouts or moments where that happens. It can happen. But when that is truly opening and vibrating, and I'm talking about the brow chakra, or something called the third eye, and the crown, I can't put into words. Words can't describe when that's open. There's no justifiable words that really can describe it. It's just an overall awareness. It's something you must feel. And that feeling and that awareness really can't be explained. I'm saying all that to say, if you understand the chakra system, starting from the root, starting from the sacral, going to the heart, the throat, on up, etc. I try to tell people the root chakra can't be negated because that's why it's called the root chakra. It's the foundation. So in your work and your understanding, your experience, if one's root chakra is jacked up, their sacral chakra or some of the lower chakras, then getting as you move up, how can one's third eye and crown be open if your root's fucked up, your sacral's fucked up, your heart and your throat's fucked up? Is that possible? In your opinion, what is the importance to get all of them functioning? Because some people are in denial. Go ahead.
Like if you are, I'm almost scared to say this.
No, yeah. All right. They're all adults. They can deal with it.
So if you are trying to force open one of your chakras and you have not balanced your other chakras,
right,
you are doing something that is so, I'm just going to say, disrespectful to yourself that it is extremely dangerous.
Yes.
Let's say somehow you do manage to open up your third eye chakra, or you focus on your these two chakras, and you're not doing any work on the other chakras. You have thrown your energetic system out of balance. You may be seeing things, you may be walking around feeling things, but are these things that are good for you? Are these healthy energies that you have? You know, is it that you are um, trying to force this chakra open to see something specific, or is it that you are avoiding working with the other chakras because you just want that experience quick, quick, quick? Now,
Mm-hmm.
if you have attracted so much psychic debris to your energetic system that your other chakras are very blocked, I would highly recommend cleansing them, balancing them, and working with each one of them one at a time from the roots up. Because if you lose your root foundation, you risk losing yourself and being unable to come back. There are very real people on this path, whether it's light or LHP, who have blown themselves out. And it's very possible to blow out your energetic system. You're taking in too much too fast, you've gotten clogged, and now it's just burning you basically from the inside out. And if you're doing your root chakra dirty, like how is it supposed to bring you back to your body when you are ready to come back? Let's say you're trying to do astral projection, and you're like, oh, no problem. I'm just going to jump out of my body and come right back. Let's say you do that. Let's say you somehow work your way out of your body and you're not floating in the astral realm, and you've got, this thing going on. You see this scary thing, you see that scary thing, and you can't make heads or tails sense of it. So your brain now trying to process that information now that you've brought your energy back to you, you might lose it. There's no other way to put that.
Correct.
You could lose it. Like, spiritual psychosis is a very real thing. And it's important to know the difference between doing nonsense and things that are going to jack you up versus doing things that are going to keep you in balance. Because, spirituality is great. It's fun. It's enjoyable. Sometimes it's difficult, but you get results from it and you feel rewarded by it.
Right.
You also have to remember you live in this. You live in a body. So your chakras connect you to that body and help keep your spiritual system in alignment with what you got going on up here and through the rest of you. You don't want to be attracting random energies that are full of malice and hate towards you. Everything that's floating around in the ether ain't good for you.
Right.
So what can I say? It's just, if you somehow manage to work open your third eye with 4 blocked chakras, I'm not saying you deserve it, but just get some help.
Right.
Get some help.
Well, this opens the door to another question now. Since we're talking about this, and obviously we're focusing on energy, and I see we're going to get to a lot of stuff that people are putting in the chat. And if somebody wants to come in and ask a question, I'll put the link in. Come in, ask one question. I'll give that option too when we get to that.
Well, that'll be fun.
But this opens the door to something else. What is the importance? What I keep telling people, I'm kind of posing the question to open dialogue. I kind of know, but I want you to share. Being practitioners on this path, because we work with so much energy, a lot of the stuff we've been talking about, what you just went through as a practitioner, you said something earlier, and I'm very big, the same thing when you have magical items or tools. You mentioned tarot cards, or I tell people your altar tools, your divination tools, nobody should ever handle or touch them, right? Because of the obstruction of energy it can create, right? So what is the importance that everybody as practitioners on this path, protecting your sacred energy, right? We must be very aware of the type of individuals we associate and affiliate with. I always tell some people it's dangerous, and you'll find this in a lot of paths. Certain individuals more than others. It's not good to have everybody just touch the top of your head, things of that nature. Let's talk about the importance of protecting your spiritual power and your energy, and then maybe you can share some practices. I always encourage people to do cleansings. I know we mentioned the baths, but there's like chakra meditations that can be done, kundalini meditations, things of that nature. Let's talk a little bit about protecting your spiritual power or energy and things you can do to recharge them. All right, let's talk a little bit about that.
Awesome. So, the first question I feel really called to ask everybody is, do you respect yourself? Do you respect yourself?
Right.
Because that is going to determine a lot of how you receive what I'm going to say next. If you respect yourself as a person and you understand that the people around you, the situations that you place yourself in, the things that you eat, the places that you go to, what you drink, all of this changes you in some way. Because the one constant that we have in this life is change, right?
That's right.
What are you willing to do to ensure that you are not only protected, but sacred? People say sacred and they just throw it around like it's a word that means nothing. When you think of a temple, like an actual physical built temple, think about all the people involved in keeping that temple clean, in keeping the food, the offerings distributed properly and stored well so they don't rot over time. If you see a Ganesha temple or a large Hindu temple, that place is immaculate because they understand that the place where energy is being handled is sacred. It is a space set apart for that work, for that purpose. You are the same. I look at people as channels of divine energy, right? Each one of us, when I look at someone, like sometimes, a lot of the times, I can see like, what they got going on. And that's a blessing and a curse. But what I would ask anyone who's on any sort of spiritual path, do you respect yourself? Do you respect yourself enough to cleanse your energetic fields, to learn how to do that and understand which method is good for you? Do you respect yourself enough to understand what you are structured of, what you are made of? How your chakras are set up, how your energy systems are set up. Do you respect yourself enough to make sure that you are grounded daily, especially after ritual work or any type of spiritual work? Do you respect yourself enough to look yourself in the mirror and be like, I really didn't like what I did, but I forgive myself anyway? All of these things are what will bring you into alignment. And the key to all of that is being honest with yourself. Because if you are honest with yourself, then you can see yourself clearly. You are not willing to accept less than you deserve because of something somebody else says. And this is me learning from experience.
Mhm.
So sorry about that. But what I would really ask everyone to consider is, do you respect yourself? How much do you respect yourself? And what is required of the world? What is required of yourself that you feel respected? What are you willing to allow to cross your energetic boundaries?
Mhm.
Because we all got them transmitting this way, that way, in every direction. What are you willing to allow into your space?
Right. And this is why I tell people, and this is one of the core things we talk about in shadow work. First step in shadow work, because I keep telling people, a lot of people that get on a spiritual path, especially this one, they want to go straight to, well, I got it again, you know me, I just got to get blunt. They want to go to Spookyville, right?
Spooky down.
I call it Spookyville, head in the clouds. And I say it starts with the foundational, the mundane aspect of your life. What circles are you running in? You just said it earlier. What kind of people are you hanging around? What places do you frequent? All of that is going to have an effect on your energy and your power. So if you got toxic people around you all the time, toxic people in your life, you're doing toxic things all the time, you're visiting and frequenting places that's taxing to your energy, etc., that's going to have a taxing effect on you. So I'm glad you established that. So that coupled with the fact when you're doing work, because Magick is working with energy, And obviously, in all of this process, whether it's in our mundane life and in our magical or spiritual life, there's a giving out of energy. We're giving off energy and we're receiving energy. And that process can be toxic and draining. So that takes us to the second part. What are some, it could be cleansing, spiritual exercises. What do you suggest to people who need, as you said, to recharge themselves, to cleanse themselves? Because if you're doing work with Bilal and Lucifer, I always tell people, you're doing that type of intense work, there should be some follow-up. Because you mentioned something in the very beginning of the video, and this happens. There can be those physical effects you get that you described in the very beginning of the video. So what techniques, it could be a technique, it could be an exercise, it could be a ritual that you can briefly explain. What do you suggest people do, exercises or rituals that they can replenish their power, is what I'm trying to get at.
The very first thing I would always recommend, and I always recommend these two things. I'll combine them into two things. First one, drink water. Drink water. See, just get a bunch of water and just drink it. Because we are mostly water. We are made of mostly water. And we need to integrate what we've been doing physically.
Almost 70%, correct?
Yes. So the second thing I would recommend is be in nature. Go outside, put your actual feet on the dirty ass ground, put your feet in some dirt, and spend a little bit of time in the sun if you can. Wear a hat if you have to, sunscreen if you have to, but definitely go outdoors and be a part of nature for more than 30 minutes. This will affect your energy field by resetting it to its natural vibration. This is a great grounding technique because once your feet touch the ground, it's like a live wire, like how you ground a live wire in electric engineering, whatever you call that practice. But you want to make sure that you are connected to the core of the earth. Now, sometimes when people ground, they just try to ground into the earth itself. Now, you got to remember, there's a bunch of stuff between you and the core of the earth. We call this anyway, what I'm trying to get at is you want to go as deeply as possible into the earth because your roots, your energetic roots, that's how far they need to go down. You need to be firmly grounded into reality, and when you pull energy in from the sun, there's a whole practice that I love, and it's taught by Matt Oren in his book called Psychic Witch. And he talks about how you use solar energy and earth core energy to breathe into yourself as if you were a tree. So you're receiving earth energy and solar energy at the same time. Now, if you're looking for lunar energy, you can do the same thing with the earth and the moon. It doesn't have to be solar. As long as you are getting your grounding celestially and physically, earthenly, you will be in balance. The next thing that you can do is do a color meditation. I like doing this a lot because it's very simple. And I call it the rainbow meditation, where you just stare at different colors and visualize them healing your chakras one at a time, where you are bringing them back into balance with their original correct color. So think of a rainbow. You go from red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Those are the same colors of your chakras. This is something simple that you can do. You don't need anything to do these three things I have described so far, except water. You need water.
Oh, yeah.
You need that.
100%. But on the grounding thing, this is also about setting your feet on soil or earth. An elder told me something a long time ago. I'm going back to the mid to late 90s. Especially if you take a long trip, what people fail to realize, your energy, where you live, literally, your home, your hometown, your city, your area where you spend, where a lot of your energy is rooted. When you're away for a long period of time, you can get unaligned on a multitude of levels, knowingly and unknowingly. I always suggest to people who take long trips or on vacation, as soon as they come back, one of the first things they should do, it could be on their front lawn. It could be somewhere. Some people do it immediately when they get back, wherever they're at. Could be immediately when they leave an airport. But I suggest you do it at some point, because what you just said, there is energetic or energy fields, right, that you're naturally aligned with your frequency. And you'll find, and some people may have experienced this knowingly and unknowingly, if you're away for a long period of time, it's almost like you get unaligned. You can feel a little bit out of whack. You can kind of feel a little bit off sometimes when you come back, or it could be the same thing, vice versa, when you go somewhere new for the first time. Because what we're not, our energy field is rooted, and we have a foundation in something that we're exposed to all the time. It automatically recognizes something new or different. And it works both ways, going somewhere new sometimes, but more so people will experience this returning. And the reason why it's important, like you say, when you touch soil, earth, or ground, because there's magnetic grids. Our planet alone has 163 of them, right? And some people aren't aware of that. And there's energy grids that reside within us, right? And every time, like it was like when you go back to 2012, right? And everybody was panicking and they thought it was going to be the world, right? There was people literally, first of all, when you see these fuckers make a movie, right, that's when you know it's over. I mean, before the movie came out, and the movie was comical, it was just fucking ridiculous. But when you see people make a movie, I try to tell people it's not the end of the world. It's talking about the magnetic, first of all, it comes from the Mayan calendar of the Dresden Codex, which people didn't research. First of all, we haven't hit the year 2012 according to the Codex. That's another story in itself. But what it was talking about was the pole shift of our planet, but there's also, not only is there a shift in the planet, there's a shift within us as well. And it was going to a new level of consciousness. Now, if people were honest with themselves, we see the state that things are in now with all the shit that's going on. It could be the pandemic. It could be all of the racial injustice that's going on. It could be all the political climate, global warming, all of this. That was the doorway or the gateway to the opening and the culmination of where we're at now. Now, I tried to tell people on that day, you will experience a great shift. Those that aren't connected or aligned, you didn't experience pretty much anything. But I tried to tell people that the people that were panicking, I mean, there was people literally buying fucking like end of the world supplies and
doomsday preppers.
Doomsday preparation, because they were ignorant to what was going on. But the ground, and this is why, because we're talking about energy, and I know that what I'm saying right now is going completely somewhere else, but it brought this to mind when you said, again, stepping on some earth, some soil, because you'll find there is a connection in actually doing that. I experienced that one time, and I can tell you this: I went to Denver, Colorado, and I was there for an extended period of time, and I got severely sick. It was just something that I tapped into there.
Wasn't right.
It didn't feel right. I mean, I was sick in the airport, and this is a true story. And I get on the plane, I'm running a fever, and go figure, at that time, the plane, obviously the flight's delayed. Go figure, right? Who figured that would happen? And I'm just toughing it out. I'm on all types of shit.
The universe is like, you should not be on this plane. And you're like, nah, I'm still coming.
I'm just trying to get back home. And I remember getting back home, and the fever was bad. I literally had to call my older sister, who took me to the hospital. I mean, the fever was so bad I couldn't even really see. And they thought I had spiral meningitis when I got to the hospital, because when I got there, they like quarantined shit off. And that's when I was like, what the hell's going on? And they made my sister come out. This was in 2007. And I remember just tapping into something that place just didn't feel right. And I remember one of the most, out of all the stuff thank God I was able to, thank my God, I should say, I was able to get restored. But I remember the most healing force I remember what the elder said to me, because he had said to me when I was there, he was like, you're tapped into something that's on the line. He said, and I remembered after that, when you get back, he said, walk on grass, or walk on dirt, or walk on soil. And I can only explain it in words. When I got the first opportunity to do that, when my strength was restored, it was like, I mean, literally like that. There was something there. I mean, I figured it out after the fact, but I'm trying to say our energy, if you want to call it energy field, whatever you want to refer to it as, it's important that we protect it, be aware of it, because there are some things that can invade it that our minds will identify as being foreign, right? And I knew it. Like you could just sense there's something not right. Um, so these things that you're talking about, and that's why I wanted to bring up the topic of protecting your energy. Now, when we talk about, I don't know if sensitive is the right word. It could be. We have to be aware of what affects us, good and bad, and listen to the inner voice. If you're getting clear intuition, like, look, this shit, all right, I'm feeling this. Oh, this shit here, no, something's not right. Because you, like you said earlier, we got to be aware of what we need to eliminate that's just not productive for us, and what we can invite in. Um, so I just wanted to throw that in there when you said the step on the earth part. I just didn't want to forget that, because it brought 2007 to mind. It brought that whole experience. We can, and this is why being conscious of where you go and what you're doing and who you're around is critical. Okay.
Yes. And there have been times where that's a crazy story, by the way. Like, I've never experienced something that intense
Yeah.
with a whole city. Like that, that's when you know like something there is not right for you. And it could be anything.
Well, it was
That's
everything from the food to the people to just the vibe and the atmosphere. Now, again, somebody could have went to that part of the and everything was cool, but it was just, yeah. But go ahead.
yeah, we're all different. The same thing. Like some people can eat beef, for example. Some people can eat lamb. Some people can eat goat. If I try to eat those things now, I will be sick immediately. Like I, I cannot do it. Like everything is not for everyone. And I love
Mhm.
that you know, I don't love that you experienced that, but I love that you learned from that experience so that
Sure. Sure.
recognize how all of these things ripple together and like all the magnetic fields, like you said, do affect us. And it can be, the sun as well. Like people think, you know, what's next to us doesn't have an effect on us, but the sun can physically affect you. If you are having an off day, it could be because, there are solar flares that have affected the magnetic field of the earth
Mhm.
itself. And you
Mhm.
could just be happening to be in the city that's literally right in the line of fire. So that's why grounding is important, because our magnetic fields, energetic fields, and they are electromagnetic fields. Because if you think about it, we have our heart, which is the biggest, creates the biggest electromagnetic field across our whole body.
Mhm.
And then we have our brain, which is the second largest. And these two things will tell us when something is wrong. That's what they're wired to do. So if your brain picks up on information that you haven't yet consciously registered, and it's now sending a signal to your heart like, I am feeling suddenly anxious and like something is off and I need to get out, that is a physical manifestation of your intuition. So
Mhm.
being able to be sensitive to that, being able to notice that, being able to be aware of that and employ action towards that is very important. It could save your life. You don't know what you are running towards if you ignore the signal of your intuition. You can have a terrible experience because you didn't listen, or you could miss out on a great experience because you didn't
Good,
listen.
you didn't listen. That's correct.
So, and it could be listening, it could be feeling. These are where all of the psychic gifts come in, where you are able to fine tune and discover yours. Like working with the energetic fields of yourself and understanding what feels right versus what feels wrong. I really like, as a practitioner and as a person, like, I really don't feel like there's more important things than that, because this is what will guide you through your life. It will align you with the right experiences, with the right people. You know, you could be in the wrong profession for 52 years and you're experiencing heart palpitations and you don't know why. It's because the building that you go to every single morning And the people who work in that building, they're not good for you.
That's right. That's right. And then you mentioned the sun, right? As people know right now, if you're in the southeast and the southern part of the United States, it's extremely hot right now. Right? It's been hot. Like here in South Florida, we're hitting like 112 with the heat index. I know in Texas it's even worse, etc. People talking about global warming. If people, even before YouTube or any of these platforms I was on, I was telling people back in the 90s, people that were with me back then, or some still around, that were coming to live classes. I would tell people we're approaching, people always talk about the age of Aquarius, the sun era. And I tried to tell people there's going to come a period or a time, everything that's going on now, the sun emits a certain energy that affects our consciousness. And people don't really understand to the effect. And I brought up 2012 because, all right, obviously when we go through heat waves, if you're closer to the equator, obviously the weather effects are going to be warmer. But I try to tell people, when you understand what an equinox and an epoch is, right? An equinox is roughly 25,000 years. It takes the Earth to make a full cycle around our galaxy, 24,896 years, roughly 25. So an epoch is 2 equinoxes, 50,000 years. What people don't realize, we're living in a day and time now that, if you want to use the term ancestors, our ancestors that preceded us were telling us about eons ago. Right. And we're living in it. So what happens is, as our planet gets closer to the sun, it has an effect on the planet as a whole, but it also has an effect on your psyche. This is why some people are going batshit fucking crazy. This is why you've seen an escalation in the last 15 to 20 years of mass shootings. People, listen, they know why it's fucking happening. They're not going to tell you. But people who can't absorb this knowledge, people who can't absorb, this is why we hear this term, I'm awake and I'm asleep. Well, those that are waking up are moving in alignment with the sun. And I keep telling people that. There's a thing we used to say in the Masonic Lodge and the Shrine of Lodge: if the sun gets in front of you, it'll burn you up and destroy you. So you must keep pace with the sun. And a lot of people are not keeping pace with the sun. So what's happening is, this is why there's more bouts of psychosis, personality disorder, what we're labeling as people going crazy. This is why people can't cope with stress or high levels of stress, things of that nature, because our planet, in that cycle or procession of the equinoxes, we are very close to the sun, and it's going to get worse, in the sense, for those that are not aligned with this. And part of this path is being in alignment with those frequencies and energy. And all of this is part, we always talk about micro and macrocosm, but I don't think people understand to what effect that is. So even when you go back, and again, I got to be careful using the C word, COVID, but as I said before, now there's a new thing that just came out. They're trying to figure out how they can decrease. They're using all these, I forgot where I pulled it up. It was somewhere on YouTube. There's some scientists, they're talking about how they're trying to limit the amount of sunlight that directly hits the planet. This is fucking nuts. Mm-hmm. Now, I go back to the COVID thing because, as we know, the sun is the best producer of natural vitamin D, yes, which is key for the boosting of your immune system. Mm-hmm. Right. And if you go back to COVID, I kept telling people,
when everyone was inside and them numbers started going up.
Right. They're telling you, stay inside, stay inside. And every person that was so-called diagnosed with severe COVID, there was one thing that they all had in common:
a vitamin D deficiency.
Vitamin D deficiency. And it goes even deeper, because if you go back and research the Spanish flu, which people fail to remember if you don't know your history, was longer and even just as worse than COVID, because that lasted several years before they got it under control. And they figured, when a lot of these hospitals got crowded, they had to start putting people outside because they ran out of room. And then they noticed the people who were outside exposed to the sun were recovering quicker than the people inside. So the sun has a critical effect, not just on us physically, right? It has a serious effect. That's why I say get some air. Get some people say get some air. You need some sunshine, right? It goes a little deeper than that. Okay. And you mentioned the sun, so I wanted to make sure we kind of tackled or put that point in is what I'm saying. Yeah.
No, I definitely learned a lot of things just now. I did not know about equinoxes and epochs. First time
Yeah.
hearing these phrases.
Yeah. Yeah. The
Very interesting.
procession. Yes. The
Now,
procession.
I
Go
had
ahead.
definitely heard about the pole shifts before, but
hmm
perhaps we should do a show on this procession so we can know.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, that before even 2012 came, that was something I used to talk about a lot in the late 90s going into 2000 because there were a lot of people talking about it. But unfortunately, as it culminated up into approaching 2012, people got spooky. And then obviously, those that know they can capitalize on it through fear found ways to capitalize and make money off of it, unfortunately. Like when I mean, I can remember at that times people contacting me, panic and fearing. And then when I mentioned earlier, when they came out with that 2012 movie, I said, come on, man. I said, oh, my answer to you is if they're
Hollywood was
making
like
right,
Monday.
yeah, if they're making a movie about this shit, here's what I always tell people. When you see, shit's gonna hit the fan when you see rich white folks getting on a shuttle and going to outer space. Then you got something to be worried about. If they ain't moving, going nowhere, you ain't got nothing to worry about. When you see rich aristocrats and politicians and the wealthy, and really that embodies all races, Black, Latino, white, because now, as I said before, people also got to stop getting caught up in the race game because now it's a gentrification game. It's about economic wealth and status now, because now you got quote unquote powers that be, or what we're referring to as the enemy now embodies a multitude of different people. When you see those people jetting out of here, then you got some shit to worry about. I keep telling people that. Okay. Well, but they're building colonies on Mars. Okay, but that doesn't mean they're going to be successful because they're still struggling with getting the oxygen levels and figuring out how to survive there for a long period. Here's the thing. You mentioned earlier in the beginning of the class, if everything is encased in space, you can't escape. Where are you going? I keep telling
We're
people.
going closer to the sun.
Thank you. So think about that. Nobody thinks about that for a minute. Are you really getting further away from the problem, or are you getting closer to the core of the problem? See? But here, bottom line is this: you're where you're supposed to be, and you don't live your life worrying about stuff like that or living in fear, because trying to control the uncontrollable in the sense that it's not a factor in the moment can cause a lot of personal chaos. And this is why we have conspiracy theorists, oh, yeah, but they're crop dusting in there and they're doing.
What are you going to do about that? That was my first question every time. It's like, okay, so.
But to me, it's somebody that lives in constant state of fear. Well, the government is doing, well, they're doing it. Well, here's the thing. If your magic is powerful, first thing a good magician has in alignment, him or her, they are in complete control of their immediate environment and surroundings. People get fucked up. I've been saying that for years. But what do you mean? Listen, again, you're in complete control of your immediate environment and surroundings.
Now,
I'm
I was
not
thinking about
saying.
this the other day, and this is so freaking deep to the point where, like, if you have not noticed that you're able to do that as yet as a magician, give it a try.
Yes.
Give it a try.
Yes.
It's amazing what you can do. You know, like that is I think I don't want to say like level 2. I don't want to really ascribe levels to it, but to be able to move and push reality in the direction that you need it to go in your immediate surroundings. Like this is a very important thing that people need to be able to do.
Right. And it's like everything that goes on in the world, when you're locked into your magic and your power, it's like you're living in a world within this world. And
Listen
this
to
is what
me.
I keep, yeah, no.
Keep going, because you be spitting bars right now.
And I keep telling people go, but so you're saying the stuff that's going on in I'm not saying that stuff isn't going on and happening to a degree, but when you're locked into your power, it doesn't affect you like it does the conspiracy theorists, like it does the people who live their life in fear. Because I had an argument years ago with somebody about, so you're saying poverty and this, no, you're misinterpreting what I'm saying. How my reality is, I feel like I'm living in my world within this world. I'm aware of what's going on, quote unquote, out there, but I'm more aware of the importance of what's going on in here. And it's almost like even with COVID, none of them things affected anything. And here's the crazy thing, and I'm not saying this because I wish there would be another COVID. The energy was very powerful when there was COVID because as a magician, we can take the adrenaline of that fear. There was a lot that adrenaline that was in the air, but it also created an inner sanctity that I can't even put into words.
It was so
Because
quiet. It was
yes,
so quiet.
yes,
Like, that was what really got me. It's like it's almost like there's an underlying buzz to the world that doesn't ever go away. And
mm-hmm,
then during that time, like, it was just silent.
mm-hmm,
And I was like, wow,
yes,
this is what peace feels like
yes.
externally.
And some of us went to serious work. See, the people that were complaining, I don't know what to do with myself because the bars weren't open and the clubs, and they didn't have any immature ways to entertain themselves. I watched everything on Netflix. I don't know what to do. We were doing rituals. We used that downtime to study even harder and go harder on our path. I think a lot of us in that period took great DNA leaps and we grew even stronger. And again, I'm not saying because of the craziness too, fighting over fighting over motherfucking toilet paper and shit like that. I mean, I'm not saying I wish or look forward to that happening as a whole, because some motherfuckers just don't know how to act. They can't deal with adversity. They don't know how to act, because I still want to correlate. Like, well, I mean, you got misinformation. What, they thought you were gonna get severe shits like when that first wave hit and people were fighting over fucking toilet paper. It's like, come on, man.
They thought
And
it was going to be the new currency.
I don't know, but it doesn't take much to instill fear in people and make them act like a nut.
No.
But long story short, and then we're gonna get some questions for you now. But long story short, we have to understand the day and time we're living in, man. We're living in a day and time that cultures and ancestors and people before us were talking about, telling people to be ready and prepared for. And I always tell people, we're always talking about the ancestors, but you now are going to be solely responsible if everything your ancestors did prior before you got here, you're carrying the weight of them on your shoulders now. Because everything they worked for, we just happen to be living in the moment or the now that they were talking about a long time ago. So there's a deeper level and understanding. We need to be aware of this, and it starts with self, right?
Yeah.
Anything else you wanted to add to that? I was going to get some questions and see
just
if anybody
quickly,
wants to.
just like for a minute, like, this is why it's so important to have mastery over your own energy. Like, you need to know what you feel like, so you know what your base energy. There's a book I'm reading called Frequency, and she calls it, by Penny Price, I believe, Penny Pierce, and she calls it your home frequency. You need to know what that is so that you know when something is off.
Right.
Focusing on the news, focusing on, all these other terrible things that are happening in the world, that is not going to help you. Like, the thing that is going to help you to find a safe harbor is coming home to your own frequency and understanding, like, this is my world, this is my dimension, this is what I have going on, and this is what is within my responsibility. I call it spiritual governance, because you need to be able to understand what is your responsibility as a mage or a spiritual practitioner,
Right.
What do you have control over versus don't touch that and leave that alone. You know. So that's all I want to
Good
add.
point. Good point. All right. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to put the link. You can ask a question in the chat. If you would like to come in live and ask a question, we'll do this in order. Try to follow the rules. If you're not speaking, keep your mic muted. Please don't come in. We don't want to hear all the bullshit you got going on in the background. Some people ain't got internet etiquette. We've experienced that in the past. I don't need you to hear you yelling at your kids, or you've got some something on the stove, or you're talking to somebody in the background. If we have multiple people in here, all right. So please exercise social media etiquette in entering a live platform for the respect of everybody else trying to listen and learn. Okay. So don't be coming in if you're taking care of 5 dogs and shit, things of that nature. Okay. So I'm going to put the link in the chat. If you want to come in live, I'll go in order. I'll keep you in the queue. I'll bring in. If you don't want to come in the chat, and some of you, rightfully so, shouldn't be on camera. No, stop. You can ask your question in the chat. So I'm going to put the link in, and then I'm going to go to the top of the chat. I'm just going to go in order, for it's only fair to the people that were here earlier that had questions. So don't think that I'm ignoring you. I'm not. Okay. So the link is in the chat. Okay. If you want to come in, just go ahead and click the link. Let me start at the top. So if you have questions of anything that was discussed this evening, go ahead and put it in the chat, or you can try to come in live if you want. So let me start at the top. So again, infernal blessings to all. I want to thank you guys for coming tonight. I think this is an important topic. And then again, I want to thank Jasper for coming and sharing this information also with us. We will be having some more guests in the next couple of weeks. I'm going to put that schedule out. I have some dates confirmed. As you know, I go through periods where we bring a lot of guests on. I kind of go with the flow. All right. So infernal blessings to everybody. See what we got here. Tall and thin, 123. Okay, that was. Excuse me. Been watching an old stream of yours, Baniti, Understanding Magic and the Occult. Great stream. Yes. All right. What else we got? Questions, or comments that are relevant. Yes, and this was an important. Dr. Vine pointed this out, and I did want to go back to
Hi.
Yeah, you made a statement in the beginning of the video. My whole life is a ritual, and we talk about something on this path about ritualizing your entire life. So, can you explain in what context you meant that? Since you said that statement. While you do that, I'm going to step away for one brief minute. Do you remember when you said that, right?
Yes, I do.
Right.
Oh
So
my God.
I'm gonna give you the entire screen. I don't know if you've been noticing, sometimes when you talk, I just give you a solo layout. I will be right back in a minute. Explain that comment, because that's essentially, in my opinion, that sums up what this entire path is about. But go ahead.
So when I said that, I was referring to literally my whole life being a ritual. Like when I wake up in the morning, I have a routine that I do. When I go to bed at night, I have a routine that I do. I work with my guides on a daily basis. In terms of energy work, I do that on a daily basis. You know, everything that I am and have become is because of me being able to find, you know, my spiritual place in the world. Now we can talk about maintaining that place. We can talk about improving that place. We can talk about all sorts of different things that go into ritualizing your life. But the main gist of it is that you designate yourself as a sacred space. There's a saying that everyone knows, or most people know, called "your body is a temple." And I take that very seriously. I do not allow certain things in my energy. I do not allow certain people in my energy. I do not allow experiences to overwhelm me to the point where I feel like there's no return. And I'm not saying that I'm perfect at any of these things, but I have realized that without sustainable and sustained spiritual interaction, that life does not have the same tone as it normally would. I have noticed that, you know, spiritual energy is part of my ongoing environment. It is how I live my life. I have become able to understand life in terms of energy, and also to be able to know when something is off with me, when things are going right, and to be able to note points that are pivot points. Even if my life is in shambles or something happened, or, you know, something undesirable went on, I can look at it in a different way. I do not allow despair to overtake me. So I know that all things work together for my highest good, because, you know, we all create our reality, one block, one build at a time, you know. And this is why I asked earlier, do you respect yourself? How much do you respect yourself? Because if you respect yourself to the nth degree, that you need to be able to stand in your own energy and know it, then you can also designate yourself as sacred. Even the slightest change in your vibration around you, you'll become aware of it. So it is not the easiest path in the world. It is not something that I would tell someone, oh, you need to do this. I would say, if you are prepared to make your entire life a living ritual, then you need to be able to walk in tandem with your spirit guides. You need to be able to hear them when they speak. You need to be able to have a strong intuition that you trust. And more importantly than any of this, you need to understand what is alignment for you. What does alignment look like for you? What is the purpose of this life ritual that you have? I've discovered that part of my purpose is to do these things, to give energy work to others, to help other people deal with the problems that they have from the energetic perspective. Um, and a lot of my life made sense when I discovered this purpose, the goal of the ritual, the life ritual. So that's what I mean. It is understanding life from an energetic perspective and living from that perspective as well. Oh, Jesus.
Okay, I caught the tail end of it. So hopefully that answers the question. So I guess looks like everybody's afraid to come in. I don't see anybody in the queue. All right, so we'll keep going through the chat. I'll put it in one more time. I'm going to put the link in one more time. If you
Don't
actually
be scared. Come online.
I'm try to get Taja. I know you in here, brother. I know you ain't afraid. Come on in, Taja. It's right there. The link is in the chat. If you want to come in. I don't know if brother Tata's still here. Louis, come on in, Louis. I know you'll have something to add to this. If those guys are still here, I know they're definitely not afraid to come in, because I have them in here sometimes. All right, let's keep going. So appreciate you elaborating on that. What else we have here by Dark Divine? Okay, so when we were talking a little bit earlier about spiritual baths, giving yourself a spiritual bath raises your vibrations to handle and absorb the energy you're about to work. The passing days after a ritual should be done as well, depending on the energy you're working. What's your thoughts on that, as far as spiritual baths in regards to that?
I agree, especially if you're doing, you need to cleanse yourself or you need to come back to ground. Following your ritual, this can be helpful to sit in water, because water retains information, and you're sitting in the bath absorbing the oils and herbs and whatever else and salts and water that you put in the water. So, I think that's really good. You're extending, I wouldn't say the length of the ritual, but you are enhancing the power of it even days after you've already completed it.
Right. Now, one thing and everybody has their own practices, methods that work for them. Now, I use different items in my baths, whether it's essential oils, stuff like Florida water, raw honey, etc. But one thing I use as a base, and it works tremendous for me because it's therapeutic. It also provides different levels of healing, including physical. I have, it's a really good quality one. I bought a nice size bucket of it. I use in all my baths a base of eucalyptus, and it's phenomenal. It does provide that, they say if you soak in eucalyptus physically, it heals, but it does other things too, right? Eucalyptus that's the foundational base. And I build upon that, but that tends to put me in a certain space. And then I add some of those other implements. Like if I'm doing a Santa Muerte bath, I might just use a Santa Muerte mixture and add that to the water, but the base of the eucalyptus is still there. I created a set bath this past Sunday I used the eucalyptus, I used dragon's blood, I used pure myrrh oil, and a little bit of Florida water. And that was super effective in focusing on set. Now, what I like to do is I like to do submerged baths like you were talking about earlier. I step in the bath standing up and I make my intention before I fully submerge myself in the bath. And then I focus on what it is the bath is in reference to as I'm submerged in it. All right. Brother Taj is here. Let's bring him in. Brother T, what's going on? You're muted, bro. There you go. Oh, no, you're muted. There you go.
Sister Jasper, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Good. So I just had a couple of questions. I didn't catch everything from the beginning, but just listening to you seem like you have found in your life, in your journey, a place that is close to a harmonized or middle ground. Mostly, I mean, obviously we all have a human experience. How did you get to what things did you use, or what what was your process to get to the point where you're at now?
You just opened Pandora's box, brother.
Oh my God, you're gonna make me do the crazy laugh in front of all these people, all these good folk. Now, I feel
the inquiring minds want to know.
Well, I feel sometimes people look at me and they think like I never went through anything. I will say I do not look like what I went through, and for that, every day I wake up grateful. My first step that I would recommend to anyone, if you're just starting out on your spiritual path, if you are interested in energy work or any kind of spiritual work, sit down. Just sit down. Don't do nothing. Just sit down and meditate and be quiet and notice your own thoughts and think about how life is affecting you. What is it that you want to change? Because that is the most important first step. Now, I wouldn't call myself what you just described, the middle of the road type of person, but I've gained the ability to see things from a lot of different perspectives. And part of that comes from my natural curiosity. I am always curious before I am judgmental. I love to learn. I love to see people grow and understand, where they came from at first. And patience, a heaping dose of patience.
I could attest
patience.
to that one.
Like if you need patience with yourself first and foremost, because there are some days, even now, where I'm like, I want to go faster. I want to learn more. I want to be able to do this. I want to do that. I want to just break through this block. I want to do that. And then I have to remember, like, I'm a person. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't matter how much, chi balls I can fire off into someone's face or like Reiki I can blast somebody with. Like, I still am a person and I have to go at the pace that my human body will allow, even if my spiritual body is like, I want to go faster. So it's definitely awareness. I would say great level of awareness. I'm not the same person that I was 7 years ago.
Well, that's key. That's key. But go ahead.
And I think, yes, I think that part is the part that most people are afraid of. They're afraid to lose themselves, which on this path you will do it. You will lose yourself. You will gain a new you, but you will lose the person who you currently are to become somebody else. And that's in a nutshell, without going to 31 long years of my life, that is what I've done.
Okay, that's interesting. I just thought, it'd be something that people would like to hear about, including myself. And the other thing was, I heard you mention chakra work. How important is that to your practice?
It's daily. Um, I work on my chakras every day. I notice if something is off. Sometimes I don't catch it right away. Um, but definitely staying in alignment as an energy practitioner is important because I'm working on others. And to be able to do that requires a level of self-discipline. So I can't just be, going everywhere, doing her thing and, ignoring my chakras.
100%.
So, yeah.
Anything else, Taja?
No, that's it. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
I'ma
thank you
keep
for
you in here, bro.
asking.
Hang around, bro. I'll keep you in there. Anything you want to add or come on in, man, I'll keep you there. So you can just keep your mic muted. If you got something, man, just Taja, you may not know, this is the brother I do the hip hop occult show with. That's the brother that came up with the idea. You heard me throwing the throwback thing around, right? Did you hear?
I did. Yeah, I did hear that.
I think I don't know if you were on when I was talking about it earlier, so I'm putting that
Yeah, I
out
was on
there.
the other day. Yeah.
Yeah, everybody thinks it's a good idea. I thought
That's
it was
a
cool.
solid idea. Yeah.
Yeah. So we got to get together on that.
Cool.
And
cool.
Communicate. All right, but I'm gonna keep you in here, man. If you want to add something. All right. Anybody wants to come in again, I'll post it for the third time. I'll put the link in the chat. If you want to come in, ask a live question, come on in. In the meantime, we will keep navigating through the chat. Let's see if we can find the next question or in a comment that might be relevant to what we're talking about. What else we got? I see a lot of comments. Let's try to get some questions. Okay, that was to somebody else. Okay, so this is kind of a comment / question again by Dr. Vine. She says the sis brings up a great point. This was earlier around 8:47 p.m.
Oh, gee.
Yeah, no, I'm throwing that out there so you're aware, so we don't bust our noggin trying to figure out what is it reference to. So keep in mind this is at 8:47. I'll give you the time if it's quite a bit back. This brings up a great point. Ancestral bondages / cures, etc., are complicated and serious matters and should begin, obviously, with the elder who knows what they're doing, yourself. And that's why I brought that up earlier. Maybe we can just briefly revisit that.
I will say I'm not an expert in ancestral work. I'm not going to lie and say, I know everything or I'm equipped to deal with, ancestral deep work because that's not my chosen area of expertise, right? For me personally, I've done a lot of that work for myself, for my family, and it exhausted me. So I was just like, this is not my arena. This is not one of my callings or spiritual strengths for this particular go around. So I will say that if you notice behaviors that you do and your parents do, or you do and your grandparents do, go to someone who can help you unlock that and heal that and do those cures. Because what I can help you do as an energy practitioner is deal with you. That's what I primarily do. I deal with you. I help you to get to the root of the issue with you, not them. So for you to go to someone like you, someone who is well versed in ancestral practices and initiated in various, ancestral, not really schools, but ancestral practices. This is important because especially, and I stress this, especially for Black people. My God. But it's important for everyone.
No, true indeed.
Some things that I've noticed, some of my partners in the past have been white, right? And I notice things that they do that their parents do. And I see it and I'm like, it's not just Black people that can benefit from this ancestral healing. while it can be great for us, and we have probably, I don't want to say a deeper tap into that kind of practice or deeper connection to that, I'd say that it's important for everyone of any color, of any heritage, especially if you do not know your ancestors are. So.
Definitely. All right, this is a good question. If I might, while I'll pose it, I'll also assist with this. In vampirism energy work, I don't know how familiar you are with that, or if you do anything with it. When feeding on unwanted spirits energy, how would you make sure? I mean, this really applies to energy work and kind of what you do, even though the vampirism aspect might be placed in the question. But let me start over again. I'll run through this real carefully. In vampirism energy work, when you're feeding on unwanted spirits energy, how would you make sure it is not hurting you by transmuting it to heal? I don't know if you understand the question. Does that make sense to you?
I just feel like this is a person who already knows what they're doing, who's asking this question.
Yeah.
I really do feel that way. So I will humor your question. I'll humor it briefly. If you know how to transmute energy already, like if you know that you can just do that, however you choose to do it, whether you choose to use mental sigils or any other sort of intention or work with another spirit to do so, whatever you're doing, anytime you're working with unwanted spirits, which I don't have words for that, but anytime you're working with unwanted spirits, you want to have a filter around yourself. You want to protect yourself at all costs. However strong you can make that filter, you want to make it. But if you're going to transmute the energy, always protect yourself. I don't know enough about vampire feeding to really speak to that, but in my line of experience, I have seen some spirits that I've had to transmute myself. So I wouldn't be feasting on them, but that sounds a bit weird to me. But to each their own.
Right. And let me add this, especially in vampiric work, right? One, obviously, energy-wise, you could be working with some very volatile spirits, okay? First part of that process is the awareness. You got to be very, very keen and aware of what you're working with, because some spirits can't be used for that type of work, or some spirits are not the type of spirits you can transmute for healing. That's number one. I think the identifying process, especially in vampiric work, the identifying process is key, right? Having that knowledge and that awareness. Obviously, there will be a lot of telltale signs if the spirit has intent to hurt you. Now, Dragon Jasper mentioned being out of pocket, your behavior, if you're doing things that you normally don't do. These are all signs of spirits, obviously creating aspects in your psyche that you're doing things that could be damaging to yourself. I talk about this across the board on other paths, because sometimes people work with spirits and demons and they open themselves up, and they can open themselves up to energy they're not prepared to receive. I talked about this last week, even in ancestral work. Now, believe it or not, whether people are aware, there are rituals for the dead and ancestral rituals in vampiric magic that are done to venerate the dead, right? There is levels of ancestral work and necromancy in working with spirits on that path. And I've seen people open themselves up to ancestral spirits that could have been winos, alcoholics, drug addicts, perverts, predators, rapists. And what happens is sometimes they can use you as a vessel to keep feeding an addiction. And you have spirits called specters, and they can take on the form of specters, and they can personify what you're talking about. What could happen is they can personify under the guises that they're here to help and heal, but they can use that form of being a specter to work their way in through your crown and use your body as a vessel. And sometimes how you can detect if it's here to hurt you. If I mentioned this last class, say you start drinking heavily and you don't really drink like that. Say you start doing drugs that you never used to do. Say you become more sexually promiscuous than you used to be. Say you start taking chances and doing things that can get you physically harmed, mentally harmed. All of these are telltale signs that your character, your behavior, and your personality
has been compromised.
Right. So that's the way you'll know. So I'm saying all that to say, if it's here to hurt you and somehow it's taken hold of you and using your body and your mind as a vessel, we see this, across the board, unfortunately, in spiritual systems like this. You do need to be aware. But again, it starts, long story short, it starts with being very aware of the type of spirit you're working with. Now, I get it. You can't be 100%. There's nothing in this world or life that's 100% foolproof. I get it. But if you do your due diligence, you'll have that awareness. Okay. But it's a good question. All right. What else we got? Again, the link is in the chat if you want to come in. I see a lot of comments, but I'm kind of looking for questions. You guys got comments galore. Where's the questions?
Gotta be some questions in there.
I'm trying to go through them, and nobody want to come in. I don't know. I think this happened last time.
So I have another question.
Yeah, there you go, Taj. There you go. Take it away, brother.
Kobe with the save.
So,
Go ahead, brother.
so I gathered you do ancestral work. Are there any other spirits or deities that you work with as well?
I work with a wide variety of deities. I work with one of my favorite deities to work with. Two of them, actually, I'll go into. One is Isis, and the other one is Kali. Why are you breathing like that?
No. Just go ahead. I'll reserve that. I'll tell you later.
I'm scared.
No, but go ahead.
I love Isis because of her focus on alchemy. And I guess this kind of ties into the last question too. My favorite story about her is the one where she achieves mastery over the 7 scorpions, and where they end up serving her instead of, harming her in a situation where, she was under disguise, etc., etc. Go read the story about Isis and the 7 scorpions. And what I learned from her is that I can transmute anything in my environment for my benefits. And what I really enjoyed about learning that was I used to face a lot of enemies that I didn't understand. I'm not that old. I haven't, achieved such a high status in society as yet where I require having all of these enemies or all of these problems or oppositions. So her teaching me how to transmute things, it increased my level of personal power. And she showed me a lot of things along this path that I wouldn't have seen otherwise. I would say she is one of, between her and Kali, they are the ones who brought me to this path in the first place. Now with Kali, I love her, even though she scared the crap out of me when I started working with her the first time. She almost killed me. She has taught me that it is possible to be kind and severe. It is necessary to be kind and severe. You cannot always be gentle with people who are committed to your harm. So 100%. I'm gonna rest them two there, and I hope that answers your question.
No, definitely.
Yeah. There is actually a question here. I found one.
Yay! I want to know what that breathing was about Isis. So
no, but Taja, if you still got some questions, keep them there, man. We'll come back. Just come in. Come in. Taja's going to be what do they call that? Taja's going to be the
wingman.
The wingman. There you go. There you go. He's going to be like the bullpen in a baseball game when we got to bring in the relief pitcher. All right. So this is actually a good question. I want you to elaborate on it first, and then I'll give some thoughts on this. This is a very good question. I think it's an important question. Davion Kerr asked, this was at 9:23 p.m. Just give you the time because we have all that data here. We have all that info and other stuff. Does someone that has schizophrenia have an imbalance in their third eye chakra? That's a good question. In your opinion, I'm going to add to that too, but go ahead.
Now, I actually met someone a few months ago, two people back to back actually, who are diagnosed schizophrenics. And I would not do work on them. And at first, one of them, really tried hard to get me to read their tarot cards. No matter how much I told them no, no matter how much, I was like, you're not grounded enough. You're not even taking your medication. Like, I don't know really how to approach a diagnosed mental illness in relation to spirituality, because I know some people can be very irresponsible. And as much as I really want to answer this question, I'm going to deflect this question very hard because if I were to do it all over again with this person, my reaction would still be the same.
Okay.
Because individually, you can experience, and I want to make this clear, this person had done practices before, like where they were literally trying to exit their body using spirituality.
Yeah.
So this is part of what exacerbated their problem, because after they did that, they ended up hospitalized. What I will say is that if you do have this problem and you think it's an imbalance in your third eye chakra, balance it. Balance out all of your chakras. Start at the root chakra, especially ground yourself. Because if you feel as though, or if you're experiencing it to the degree where you are having full-blown hallucinations of things, people, and situations that did not happen and were not there, like this person was, it would be irresponsible of me to do any sort of energy work on you, because you are imbalanced in a way that only you can fix. I cannot take you and shove your feet into the ground and be like, be grounded now. Mm-hmm. But I would definitely highly recommend deep grounding practices for anyone who's experiencing any type of mental health issue.
Mm-hmm. And let me say this again, obviously we have to put a disclaimer out there. Nobody here right now, myself, Aja, Dragon, we're not doctors. So I want to make that clear, but I can speak from a spiritual perspective and seeing this, being around this over the years. So something that Jasper said, I want to bring back in the fold and then take it a little further. This is a serious issue. Okay. This is sometimes the dangers of the path. Now, sometimes schizophrenia can kick in because, as Jasper said, it could have been something somebody did on this path, like forced spirit possession, expose themselves to a practice that they weren't ready for. Sometimes it could be something that was medically diagnosed even prior to that. So there's two ways to approach this. So I want to talk real quick about both. It's a good question. It's an important question. It's serious. And I think that we need to be aware of this. And if we know people like this, we also need to be aware and relating with these people. So it's a very good question. One, if it's somebody that was clinically diagnosed, and I'll give you a good reference, a guy, Dr. Edward Bruce Bynum, who is a clinical psychologist and a worldwide traveler and spiritual practitioner who's been initiated in a lot of systems. He's been initiated in Brahma Marga, Tantric Left-Hand Path, and his book, Dark Light Consciousness, he really focuses on a lot of these things. And why I love Dr. Bruce Bynum's work is he is one of the few practitioners out there that addresses the psychological aspect of spirituality, and psychosis is one of them, right? So if it's somebody that was clinically diagnosed prior to, say, ever practicing any type of spiritual path of awareness that deals with these practices, it's always recommended. One, there just might be some things they shouldn't really indulge in. Now, if they can do work to get their mind and body and spirit in a sound state so they can work some of the work we do, then that's different. And there is methods, there's approach, there's things that can be done to see if that is a possibility. That's talking about somebody per se who had this before they even came on this path. Now, it's a different approach if it's somebody who didn't have this and say they opened themselves up to something on this path that brought on the psychosis. That's a whole nother thing that has to be addressed here. What you need to be seriously aware of, it's not just so much the third eye chakra, it's the crown chakra. And let me explain why I'm saying that. First of all, the third eye chakra, right? It receives the light or the intellect, but when the spirit, the body, and the mind are calcified, right? When you apply alchemy to this, and if you understand what alchemy is and calcification, if you understand the 7 steps of alchemy, calcification is caused by a multitude of things. It could be taking in bad food. It could be lack of exercise and diet, bad information, incorrect information, being in constant states of anxiety and fear. All of these things close that super highway or conductor that absorbs that light or intellect, and you process it in the mind. It actually starts when you get into the cerebellum and you get into certain portions of the brain where neuromelanin or neurotransmitters, that's the super highway that Dr. Bruce Bynum talks about in his book, is responsible for all forms of consciousness and awareness. So that's why the importance of neuromelanin and neuromelanin needs to be understood in this. Usually that person's neuromelanin is all fucked up. And neuromelanin coats every aspect of every organ, your kidney, your heart, your liver. It helps the blood function. It's really one of the key components of all what we're calling consciousness or awareness, right? And when that neuromelanin isn't function right, it could be damaged. Also, drugs, any artificial things. So, and I'm not telling people not to take medicines, but a lot of the antibiotics and a lot of these prescription drugs are synthetics. Synthetics damages that can bring on some of these issues. And when that is shut down, when the third eye is calcified, yes, it can create all types of problems. When it's over calcified, when it's all those things are brought on. But now what happens is if somebody opened themselves, I know you mentioned not too long ago, Jasper, a person trying to force themselves out of their body. This is very dangerous, okay? Some people want to bring on voluntary possession of the spirit and they're not ready for it. And I have seen a handful, a very small few over the years, be committed to mental institutions, put in straitjackets. Yes, it can get to that point. And again, I try to be as even keeled about it without sounding, I don't want to try to, promote fear to people, but this stuff is real. It can happen. So when you try to voluntarily open yourself up to something you're not ready for, say an out-of-body experience, you know how many people reach out to me, send me an email, can you do a ritual to get Lilith to possess me? No. First of all, I don't even fucking know you. That's number one. I just got to keep it 100%. You don't just reach. 2, I have to make sure my relationship with Lilith permits that. How do you know Lilith even wants that? That's number 2, right? And what can happen is I saw a guy, this was a voodoo. It was like what they would call, say, an Ifa, like a Benbe. It was out on the beach. And they were bringing down voodoo spirits. And this brother to this day is in a mental institution. And he participated in a ritual. And I'm going back to 1998, 99. And then, once you go into those places and they start drugging you up, it gets worse. He basically opened himself up to energy and spirits he was not prepared for. And it brought on real intense states of psychosis. And it created serious and mental, emotional imbalances, on and off depression, hearing voices, you name it. What happens is when you're not prepared, and sometimes if a ritual is being done and the vibrational frequency within you is raised to a point where the crown opens, that's when a spirit can take residence and use you as a vessel. And then usually what happens is the person that may be used as the vessel is not ill-equipped to deal with it. So they hear voices. They tapped into the spirit world. We sometimes joke when we see people on the street or what we're labeling crazy people. They're not really crazy. That's not really the direct, we think they are because we don't understand it. A lot of those people have had a moment that broke them or opened them up. And some of them are trapped in a spiritual body or a spiritual frame of mind or existence that they just can't comprehend. So this is why, we've all seen it over the years. If you've been around, traveled to cities, and, it could even be in your neighborhood, your neck of the woods, where we see these people sometimes out on the street talking to themselves and we think they're crazy. It's not that they're crazy. They're tapped into the spirit world. They're experiencing spiritual things. It's just they don't know how to make order out of it. It's taken a hold of them to the point where they can't get it in order. And then last but not least, so the question is, how do you correct that, right? How do you fix that imbalance? Well, I'm going to keep it 100% honest with you. It not always all the time it can be fixed. Can it? You can do a lot, like some of the things Jasper was mentioning, balancing out all the chakras, working. There's ritual work that can be done, practices, and that can restore it. That can get you back on the right path. But here's the reality. Sometimes, and this individual, I'm using the example I mentioned earlier, the ritual out on the beach. I was at that ritual and I remember it clearly. And myself and two other brothers clearly warned this dude. We suggested you don't come, don't do it. But he wanted to come anyway. And unfortunately, I can't force somebody not to do something or do something. And clearly, sometimes, unfortunately, you can't come back from it. I'm not going to lie. So if I sat here and bullshitted you and said, oh, yeah, you can do this, bam, you can do that. And now, trust me, 100% guarantee. No, it doesn't work. No. Are there things you can do? Yes. Is it going to work all the time for everybody? Absolutely not. Sometimes, I hate to say this, in this thing called life and in this path too, sometimes there's casualties of war. And I don't want to sound callous. I don't want to sound like I don't care. That's not why I'm saying it. In war, there's going to be casualties. Remember, you are in a spiritual war, and that war is with yourself. Don't get caught up in all this external bullshit, because when somebody voluntarily does something like that, that was them battling their higher self battling the weaker self. The higher self, no, this is something I shouldn't do. The weaker self, the weaker part of your ego says, I'm gonna do it anyway. So remember, don't ever forget the fact this is spiritual warfare. And sometimes, as we know in war in general, unfortunately, there's casualties of war, right? It's the best way I can answer that question.
Hey, B, could I add a thought to that?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
So, just in hearing the question, I just wanted to hit it from this angle. If it is the person saying that they suspect they have or they're diagnosed with schizophrenia, and they think it's a problem with the third eye, something else to look at is something called spiritual bypassing, where a person might hide behind spirituality when they have mundane problems,
a real physical
their lives.
problem.
100%.
Exactly. And B, you talk about all the time how, people think you're going to wave a magic wand and fix this and fix that. And sometimes the alchemy or the work is just something very simple and plain that you need to do. And it may be that you need medication to help you have the grounding, to Jasper's point, and the discernment to see what's
100%.
to judge where you're at. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's an excellent point, because that's along the lines of what we've talked about this a lot in the past. Sometimes people become so engrossed in the spiritual world that they lose sight of everyday reality, right? Exactly. So it creates that imbalance. So sometimes, like, you get people that, and I'm going to use examples, bro. You know this, Jasper, you know this. Sometimes you get these people that, I meditate all day and I levitate, and everything is so super spiritual and super deep, and the world is an illusion. Nothing is real. And then, not to be judgmental, unfortunately, this person's living in mom's basement, ain't got no money, their ass broke. There's no semblance of reality to this person. And what happens is sometimes because their mundane life is so chaotic and a mess, and they're failing at everything in life, whether it's their family life, it could be their marriage or their relationship, their business, their job, all of that is out of whack. So it's a form of escapism. So what it is that's justified because really everything is spiritual. Right?
So they dissociate from their life by using spirituality.
100%. See, what we have to stay focused on. Don't get fucking, this is why I say,
don't get it twisted.
Don't get it twisted. Don't be a space cadet and don't have your head in the clouds. The reality is you still need money to pay your bills. You still need money to put food on your table. If you're going to come with everything is an illusion, this and that, it's a bunch of bullshit. Because stay at home. Don't make any intention to go out there and earn any money. Let's see if food magically pops on your table. Okay? It's not. I've done this before many times, and some people get upset about it. Some people say you're right. I've done this before to people standing face to face with me, not just on the internet. I've had people come to class, go, "No, see, brother, this world's an illusion. Don't get detached to your man." I say, "Okay, brother, if this world's an illusion, set that example for us right now. Come up here, stand up. Let me stand face to face with me, and let me punch you dead in your shit. If it's an illusion, you won't feel any pain, you won't bleed, and you won't have any effect from that punch." Okay? The reality is understand the harmonization between the subjective realm or the subjective world and the objective world. Is there illusionary aspects to this existence? Most definitely. But make sure you're grounded and harmonized between both of those existences. This is what I mean when I've been saying for years. You're living in two parallel universes that reside side by side with each other. And it's just as quick and easy to jump from one to the other. It's that easy. The Matrix movies were trying to show you that shit, but some people caught it, some people didn't, some people caught certain aspects of it. Look at it as a thin veil. When they show you these things in movies like it's this liquidy substance you can stick your finger through, the spiritual world is interwoven around you. It's not up there, it's not down here, it's not over there. Right? That's the Baphomet's not trying to tell you there's an above and below. I keep telling you guys that. Don't listen to that shit. The reason why it says as above, so below, as within, so without. He's trying to, there's no above, there's no below. It's all, this is what I'm trying to, this is what you got to understand. So when you're walking that line of quote unquote spirituality and everything is an illusion and don't feed into your humanity, yes, there's some truth to that. But there's a lot of things that can snap you right back down into reality to show you how foolish some people can be with that. So long story short, and it's a great point, Taja, and it's a great point, Jasper. Yes, you can get so engrossed in the spiritual world, as you said, it could be self-induced. It could be a form of escapism. Some people become so spiritual because it's an escape from their mundane life, because they're failing at everything in their mundane life. I'm not saying that's the reasoning all the time, but a large percentage of the time, I have noticed all these heavies I run into that are super spiritual, they meditate, they levitate, they do this and that. Why is it they're very unsuccessful in their everyday life? They don't have no money. And I'm not judging things based on materialistic things or money, but if you're on this path, you're not supposed to be broke. I'm sorry. You can't justify that to me. Being poor does not mean you're spiritual. And unfortunately, a lot of paths are so being in poverty and poor is like some noble badge of honor. No, it's not. Okay? And reality is to stay grounded in your everyday objective realm. A good income can solve 90% or more of life's problems. Don't let nobody bullshit you. Because guarantee you, most of the people you know that bitch and complain, I guarantee if their wealth increased, they wouldn't be complaining about half of the shit they're complaining about. Okay, let's forget all the spiritual stuff. Don't go to spooky. Nah, brother, see what you don't. No, bullshit. It's all. Don't find it, because if you are one that opposing that and trying to justify it, then no offense, you're probably the shoe fits wear it. Okay.
It's so strange because part of the reason we have these challenges in the first place, or the entire reason we have these challenges, is that so we can learn from them. If your life is so challenging to the point where you're escaping into spirituality, maybe don't escape. Maybe spirituality is your tool so that you can understand that you physically need to get up and do something about how your life is going.
Yes.
Not always is it only a spiritual problem. Not always is it only a physical problem.
That's right.
Most of the time, it's both.
Correct.
And sometimes to solve a spiritual problem, you need to physically act in the material world. And it sounds counterintuitive, but that's how this shit works. Like,
Yes.
it's like
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
it's like two currents pushing against each other. They still blend in some degree, and that blend is you. Like, you have more than just one part. We're not all physical, just the same way we're not all spiritual. If we were all spiritual, we'd be dead. You wouldn't have a body anymore. We wouldn't need it.
Exactly. I'm telling you, I come across people who literally think, I mean, look, I'm sure we all have. I'm sure we all got stories, but I've come across the most just unreasonable, unrealistic people's perception. And it's like they're just out there. And it's like, you got to be fucking kidding me, right? What you're saying can't be real, right? And it could be the reverse of what you said. Let's look at the flip side. Sometimes a lot of this stuff can be brought on and induced because maybe you have lack of a spiritual practice. There's the flip side to it too, right? So each case can be very different of what could bring on or these induced states that we're talking about. So there's a lot of factors to consider. But I can tell you this, there's one thing that people here who consider themselves practitioners on the path, there's one key component that I drill in you people's head for years that you always need to take into account, and it's going to be your biggest protection against all of this shit. Be consistent at what you do. It's the best thing I can tell you. If you're inconsistent and you are very unknowledgeable to what you're doing, you have good chances of things like this happening to you. If you're consistent in your work and that consistency is based on your knowledge of knowing, you will avoid, I guarantee you, 99.9% of this. That's the upside. So let's put something uplifting in there. I don't want to make this sound, dreary and like there's no hope. That's not the case. But the reality is this stuff exists. It's real. And we need to be aware of it. Okay? Anybody else want to add anything? I got some more questions here. Anybody else? No?
Let's go. Questions.
Questions, my brother.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we got to start getting like that on the platform, sounding all. Well, let me not do that. Let me stop. Because, as it gets later, I get a little more humorous. Let me stop. So Davion's got another question. And I think with this, we kind of addressed it in the previous. So the other added to that psychosis, and that's part of psychosis. That's one of the symptoms. Hearing voices, how can they stop hearing them? I think we kind of just went through all that. That is one of the very common symptoms that people describe with psychosis, hearing voices. And again, that comes from, tapping into the spirit world, and the voices could be coming from a multitude of sources. And investigation and probing obviously would have to be done to specifically identify. And again, I must do a disclaimer. We're not giving medical information. We're not doctors. We're giving spiritual advice just to help and assist. I want to be clear on that. We are not giving a diagnosis. We are not giving instructions for that diagnosis. All right. I have to say that because I don't want nobody to contact myself, Taj, or Jasper and say, I did what you said, and my cousin's in a nut house. I got to put that out there. Okay. But so hopefully that helps with the psychosis and hearing voices. They're very good questions. I'm glad you brought it up because the reality is when we talk about, and you've heard me mention it over the years, the dangers of the path, they do exist. They are real. I don't want to sugarcoat it like everything on this path is gravy and it's all easy breezy, lemon squeezy, because it's not. Just like anything else in life, there's positives and negatives to everything we do in life. And this path has both of those. But the difference, I believe, in my experience, the blessings of this path, the growth, is better than anything you will ever experience in anything else you do. In my opinion, you can't, once you're in this path, you're rooted, you're grounded, there's nowhere for you to go after this. Anything you go to after this is taking a step back. I don't care what anybody says. The way you're going to go to this, you're going to leave this and become a Buddhist. What are you going to do? Leave this and become a Muslim, a Christian, or a Jew? You're going to leave this and become a Santeria practitioner? You're going to leave this and become a Kemetic priest? Like, where do you go after you leave this? So I'm saying that to say you must be clear this is the path you want, because this is the path, quote unquote, the path of all paths. There's no turning back after this. I told you years ago, I went through a serious, like somebody would call a midlife crisis in a person's life. I went through a spiritual crisis years ago in like 2003, 4. Well, I didn't want nothing to do with this anymore. I woke up, I tried to walk away, and it was like, it doesn't work like that. Where the fuck you going? Bring your ass right back here.
You're going to leave all this work behind.
But I needed it.
Work you just did.
But you know what? I needed it. I'm glad it happened because it made me see things differently. It was me giving up on me, but I was trying to find an external reason to walk away and quit because I had hit a breaking point. It was a lot. It was a lot of responsibility. The changes were tumultuous. They were coming in waves. So I was trying to find a reason to turn back. And it was like, listen, motherfucker. Smoke me, like yoking somebody up from the neck. You better get your ass. It doesn't work like that. I'm saying that to say, you better be sure that this is what you want to do, because there's no turning back in the sense, yes, you can get up tomorrow and stop doing any of this. I'm not saying that. You have that ability to do. You can wake up tomorrow and say, I don't want to fuck with any of this no more. But I guarantee you, I can put any amount of money on it. It's not going to be a smooth ride from that point on after that. I can tell you that for a fact. Okay? And again, if you leave this, where are you going back to? That's all I want to know. There's nothing.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Go ahead.
Please don't.
No, go ahead, Taja.
I said hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Praise God. Exactly. Catching the ghost up in this beezy. But good, no, excellent questions, though. All right. I know we got some more in here. Again, I'll put the link in one more time. If somebody want to come in live. And God, Taja came in, man. Saved the day. Put it in again. If you want to come in soon. It's getting close to that time. There's your last chance. Come on in. See, that's the other thing, man. Y'all got to stop hiding behind keyboards, man.
Don't be scared. Join
That's
the chat.
why I used to try to bring people in years ago, but it's like, I'm not going to beg nobody to come in. You understand? I'm not going to force nobody either. You don't want to come in. You don't want to come in. I get it. Some of you motherfuckers may not look right to come in, and please don't come in if you're looking rough. No, stop. I'm just kidding. All right, let's see what else we got. Devon Kerr says, much love to you both for the live. Appreciate that, Devon. What else we got? Xander, this is a good comment from Xander. Wait, hold on. I think I missed a question from her. Hold on. Let me come back. No, I didn't. Okay, I didn't. This is a good comment from Xander. I'd like to chime in for those who want to go towards other paths like Santeria. Do so with extreme caution, because you do not want people messing with your head crown chakra that you do not know well. One thing, when we were talking earlier, Jasper, about protecting your energy, one of the most things, never let motherfuckers touch your crown, the top of your head, especially when you're working with a lot of energy or power, because they do it for a reason. That person usually is a witch or a sorcerer, and they do know something, right? And they're vampiric in nature, and they probably are feeding off of your energy. I'll wig the fuck out if you touch the top of my head and I don't know you. If that's one way you want me to wig the fuck out and go ballistic on you, that and standing over me while I'm eating food. Don't ask me why. It just grosses me the fuck out. If I'm sitting down, do not stand like right near me, over me. Ugh, just like thinking about it makes me just want to yoke somebody up. But never let people, especially us that are on this path, that do a lot of work with energy, because we're talking about energy and magic. Don't let people touch your crown. Avoid that as much as you can, unless it's a trusted elder you're doing work. But Xander brings up a good point. In Santeria, and I was crowned Oshun, they have to work on your ashes. Put on the crown. So if anybody, which I wouldn't see at this point why you would want to, but if anybody goes into one of those traditional paths, have a trusted godmother or godfather, because they will be fucking with your crown. Okay. And that's where the ashe is put. And I've seen good and bad over the years. I can tell you that. I've seen some good things come out of it, some great things for people, but I've seen some horror stories. Okay. That's all. I'll leave that there. All right. What else we got? All right, so this is the question I thought I missed. This is for you, Jasper. This is from Shamafia. Hopefully I said that right, sis. Have you had any wonderful, strange experiences in nature, blessing trees with Reiki? Like you ain't out there running naked and hugging trees and shit.
I wish.
But that's the question. Have you had any wonderfully strange experiences in nature, blessing trees with Reiki?
Wow. I love that she asked me about trees. I actually just got a bunch of plants in here. Most of them are trees. Um, but when I go outside, I usually like to sit directly under a tree and like just allow my body to be aligned with the tree. That's a very good grounding practice. It just feels like everything is coming back into perfect alignment, you know. And there are Reiki techniques that you can use to actually heal alongside plants, to heal plants themselves, like if you have a dying plant or something like that, and it's not just time for it to go. But it's interesting that she would ask that, because ever since I got my Reiki attunements, I've been seeing plants completely differently. They are way more alive than they used to be. It's uncanny. It's difficult to describe. It's like an extra perception that I've gained. You're able to commune with them differently and understand which plants are basically where they want to be. Like when I positioned the plants inside of here, I was like, okay, where does it feel right for them to go? Instead of like, oh, let me just throw some in the sun, or this first should be here. Just
Right.
And then when I go outdoors, I form very special relationships with trees, like the trees in my yard, the trees in places that I frequent. I found that nature is a lot more vibrant, especially plants that are growing out of the ground itself. That's a very interesting question. Like, all life has become more alive since understanding how to use this energy. But trees and plants in particular have taken on a different quality that they didn't used to have before. I have a much deeper appreciation for nature. And I had an experience when I was living on a different island where I could feel how the trees were connected to each other. And that's a very crazy and wild shit to say. But if you know anything about plant life, you know that underneath the ground, all roots are connected on one flat space of land. Trees in the same area will communicate with each other information through different sugars and proteins so that, they can help the ecosystem to thrive. For example, if one plant is dying, the surrounding trees will send their sugars and nutrients to that tree so that it won't die. This communication is extremely powerful because you can glean information from plants that you wouldn't necessarily have otherwise, I will say. It's very strange, like some trees I will not go near. Like it's just a very weird energy from them trees. I don't really want to get into detail on that, but
well, also too, we talked about global warming earlier, right?
Yeah.
Part of the problem is with humans, and again, I don't want to sound like some fucking, but destroying a lot of our natural forestry is speeding up this process because they're clearing land like it's nothing. We got to remember, trees also protect our environment. When we look at the process of photosynthesis, right? How the energy of the sun is facilitated through trees and how it affects us on the planet. Well, if you keep removing a lot of natural greenery, which helps our atmosphere, which helps the ozone layer, That's one of the big concerns that's been on the so-called political agenda for years. Is you know, a lot of these natural forests and a lot of greenery and trees being removed. We have to be cautious of that because overpopulation and a lot of these things that humans are doing is what's bringing on this global warming, right? And this is why they're saying more diseases will run rampant. Some of that is connected to a lot of greenery and trees disappearing. So there is an energy factor. That's great because we're talking about energy and it's going into other avenues. There's a connection there, right? We have to be aware of that, right? And depending on where you live, I see it here all the time. All they're doing in all these bits, any aspect of land they can knock down and clear out and build condos. How they're just tearing shit down because all they're thinking about
It's profits.
is profit. And
Now, I will also say, like, I am not surprised the trees came up. I was literally thinking about them like maybe an hour and a half ago, and I was like, you know, if you think of your energy structure as if it were a tree, we reach up to the sun and we root down into the core of the earth as well. So aligning next to a tree is not far-fetched at all. It's one of the quickest ways you can get realigned if you feel, a bit off. But what I really wanted to say is that trees and other plants, especially plants that help us clear the air and absorb a lot of the pollutants that we as human beings put into the air. Trees are part of the cornerstone of our lives because they help us to be able to breathe. If all of the trees in the world were gone, so would we be gone as well.
exactly.
So we wouldn't be able to breathe clean air. There would be nothing here to help us filter out the nonsense that we've since launched into the atmosphere.
And again, people, this is your standard earth science, right? It's not like this is anything deep. You should learn this in earth science in middle school. Okay. So what this is all boiling down to, like, it's no different when we say on this path we have to take responsibility for our actions. A lot of the shit, excuse me, that's going on in the world, humans are to blame for it. There's no external force causing all this shit that's going on. This is just humans doing dumb human shit. It's basically, and unfortunately, fucked up part about it is there's going to be people that had nothing to do with it that are going to have to suffer the consequences. It's fucked up, but that's just the way it is, unfortunately. But yeah, good question about the trees. All right, there's a good comment here I want to read by Twilight, son of Lilith. During the Spanish flu, when we were talking about COVID and the Spanish flu earlier, this was at 9:58, a little bit over an hour and some change ago. They were shooting people who didn't wear masks. Yes, it's too deep. It's all ritual. CCC, Ovid is sheep. 19 is AI lockdown for prisoners. Healthy people are in quarantine. It's easy. This is the important part of this comment. It's easier to blame the devil or the government than take personal responsibility and independence. Okay. And you need to have that same approach on this path. You're going to have to take responsibility for your actions, your successes, and your failures. There's nobody to blame. When you're on this path, it's different if you believe in a spook god of Christianity because you always have the devil crutch to lean on. The devil made me do it. It was the devil. We don't have that luxury on this path.
The number one question I love to ask Christians, and this is them off. Why are you giving the devil power over you?
Yeah.
And they're like, no, it's like watching a short circuit happen in real time.
You got to understand this. If you remove the devil from the equation of Christianity, there would be no purpose for that religion because technically the Christianity needs the devil more than they need God because there is no battle, there is no war, there is no great crusade for justice if there is no devil character in the equation. So I always ask Christians, does God need the devil more than the devil needs God? And the answer is God and Christianity need the devil more because it's the whole foundation of their religion. think about it. If you really think real hard, think about it. If there was no devil character in Christianity or Islam or Judaism, what would be the purpose of their religion? There's no war, there's no battle, there's no great crusade to achieve. It's over. So now that's something for them that they've really got to dwell upon. Now they're going to look at it in a spooky light anyway, but it's a good point. Why they give this character so much power? Stop talking about it. Okay.
And it's constant. It's like, I remember being part of that religion and just questioning, you know, why am I even here? Like, it's one of those things that, especially if you are on this path now and you've been in that religion, this is the polar opposite. Like, I don't even call this the opposite. This is just almost like cleansing that out, cleansing that out. Because they will have you sit there and believe that you are somehow less than and not enough and unworthy and a terrible person for doing things that make you human. You know?
Yeah. In
churches, you have, you know, people getting physically abused right in the pews for not listening to some guy standing in front of them. They have no idea who he is.
Correct.
And I'm like, this should not be a normal part of society. There are so many things that have stemmed from that as a social gathering and a social practice that are inexcusable. So I'm choosing my words very carefully today.
No. You're on point. You're definitely on
feel
point.
This path brings more personal power to you and helps you to heal and access parts of yourself that were called the devil.
Look,
y'all have to remember, God works in mysterious ways.
The fuck out of here.
Okay? When they don't have the answers, God works.
Yeah, just say that. Ways. That's convenient. I know. You know, you get that anytime they can't explain something. The Lord works in mysterious ways. Yeah,
oh my God. I was watching a video about that, about what that's actually called. I think it's called circular reasoning, where the end justifies itself. Like, the end justifies means like you just say this phrase to prevent further
I know exactly what
thinking.
you're talking about. I think I saw the same video. Yeah,
yes. Yeah. And I was like, oh my God, this shit is terrifying. It actually worked on several billion people. Like,
yeah. And then it creates something even worse called cognitive dissonance. If you know what that is, that's somebody who it could be somebody who catches somebody in the act of doing. You could catch a murderer with the knife in the back, but they'll refuse to believe it. Religious people have cognitive dissonance because no matter how much truth you present them, no matter how much facts you give them, they will find some justification to stay in denial. So they immediately go into the mode of cognitive dissonance. It's sad. All right, we have another guest. Let's bring in Shama.
Oh boy, it's a party. All right.
You are in. Hey, how you doing? You're unmuted. Go ahead. Can you wait? Unmute mic. Why is your mic muted? There you go.
That's because I didn't touch the button. And
that would explain it. How you doing?
That would explain it. I'm good. All right. Well, I've enjoyed the entire conversation. Thank you so much for hosting this liveness. This was awesome.
Cool. Did you have any questions for Jasper?
So just to continue with the trees, for me, ever since I was little, I've always been connected to trees. I've always been super sensitive to energy. I've always been tapped in, tuned in, and turned on. And I went to the hospital several times. So I know everything y'all talked about, okay? Wow. I know about tapping into things way before you're ready for them. And I also know that for me, like you always say, Brother Baniti, everyone's process is different.
Correct.
Everyone's walk is different. And we all are looking for cues, and we're looking for things to help us get through it that connect us. So with trees, for me, when I was little, I had the first esoteric book I ever read was Silent Power, and that was by Stuart Wilde. And I was like 12 when I read that, but it made me aware. It had an exercise to go out to a tree, say thank you, to hug it, and just give it your love, right? So the next day I go out to do it again, and there's a little white ring of flowers around that tree. Now,
Okay.
that could be synchronicity, that could be whatever you call it, but that was my own subjective reality. But I always knew from that point there was a symbiotic something, right? I've always been into crystals. I now make my own jewelry. I've been through my own process of really integrating as much as I can the left-hand path. But obviously, I was raised Catholic. I'm Italian and Puerto
Okay.
Rican for the most part.
Okay.
But I had a very real experience where the ancestors pulled me into a vision and showed me, look, this is how your ancestors were controlled. Look, I was in the pew during the consecration on these. All of a sudden, in a split second, I was right next to people getting their heads cut off. Okay. They were throwing heads into the fire. So it was visceral, but it was, I'm telling you, it was a split second. But it was enough to shake me up.
Right.
And so I started looking for my ancestors. What's up? What's up? What's up? And so I've always been into metaphysics. I've always been connected to that kind of thing. Thanks to my mom. She was a little more open-minded. But I'll just say that when you go back to your bloodline, your roots, and you start to figure out some of the things deep inside of your heritage that were a problem, that's where
Right.
you need to work on. Like this shadow work and ancestral work and all that, it's all important. But like she said, do you respect yourself to be honest about it?
That's a
It's
good point.
deep. It's really deep. It's awesome. So more than anything, I think that the trees hold the knowledge of our ancestors because they were here when we were hung in those trees down in the South, in Georgia and South. I don't know. I had a big thing with Spanish moss in the trees.
Oh wow, yeah.
And I found out that I asked it. I said, why do I have this big connection with the Spanish moss? And it was because it had the resonance of all of our people's sadness, being drugged, being hung, all the things that, you
That's a
know,
good
their
point.
atrocities. And so the crying that I feel when I see that, it's beauty, but it's the kind of beauty that makes you sad. But beauty gives me chills. I got chills. But
Yeah.
yeah, so I give our shade to our ancestors. Everyone that's live here now, like, I'm glad to be a part of this. My name is Shamafia. So
Okay.
I'm glad that,
Shamafi.
yeah, like a shaman and mafia
I got
made a baby because I'm healing rage and contempt from who
gotcha.
knows how long.
Gotcha. But to you, something that Shamafi said, Dragon Jasper, what's your thoughts on it? That's a good point. As far as, you know, their ancestral wise, there have been people that have been tortured, killed, hung from trees. Do you get any communications from the trees, from spirits like that? Any thoughts on that or
To
connections
be
with
honest
that?
with you, because I am Black, I actively avoid that kind of information.
Okay.
It is something from my lineage that I've only touched thus far. And when I did touch it, it was like a live wire. It is extremely difficult to handle. It is tough to see it in others. And because I have educated myself so deeply on, you know, the roots of all of this,
Right.
it is a highly complex issue. But it is also very painful to think about. And especially as a woman, like being a Caribbean woman too, like people like to say sometimes, oh, slavery in the Caribbean wasn't that bad. I really dare you to read an account from
How
someone who
fucking
was there,
stupid is that?
because I did, and it was horrifying.
Yeah.
Well, one thing that I know, I tapped into a lot of energy of that, and you're right. It's very it could be emotional, it could be sad, it's painful. My son's first mother was from St. Croix, Virgin Islands. And if you know the history of St. Croix, the Danish had, still you can go to downtown Christiansted and you could actually see some of the places where they used to, when they transported the slaves. They were like kind of like prisons. and they're still there. You can walk them. And I was in downtown Christiansted, and it's fucked up how they still have the Danish flag there, which is beyond me, doesn't fucking resonate, but that's a whole nother story. Well, the Danish were responsible for bringing a lot of those slaves, you know, to the Caribbean. And I remember walking through that and tapping into that energy. It was fucked up, man. I'm not going to lie. Like, you could hear the screams, the torture. If you're spiritually sensitive, if that's the right word, and you're able to tap in,
You can feel the pain.
you can feel, yeah. So I could
You
relate.
can feel the pain.
Yeah, I could definitely relate to what you guys are saying to that degree. Now, I'm not going to lie. I don't do a lot of work with trees. And again, like you said, everybody's, and like I say, everybody's journey is a bit different. We're going to have, you know, things that we connect with more than others. And just because I always tell people, there's some people that could hear stuff we're talking about tonight, just because maybe it doesn't resonate with you or you didn't get results, it doesn't mean it's not real. So I hear what you guys are saying. I can't attest to a lot of the tree stuff because, but I know it's real. I can hear what you guys are saying. I'm listening to your experiences, but I won't sit there and lie. Like, I'm not. I mean, I respect nature. I do like one of the trees. It's crazy. We're talking about fucking trees, right? If you've ever been to St. Augustine, I don't know if any of you guys have ever been to St. Augustine, Florida.
Oh my God, I did.
Did you? Have you ever seen that when you take the tour? It's one of the oldest trees in the whole entire country. It's the most beautiful tree ever seen. It's got these weeping. I think it's like a weeping willow, but it has these branches. You're just in awe. And I forgot how many hundred. Oh, we got somebody else that's answering. Oh, Louis.
Oh, it's a bigger party now.
Hey, yo.
It's lit.
I love it.
What's going on, brother?
We brought the party, y'all.
Where'd you go? You must have left. I was trying to call you earlier when Taji came in. Well, yeah, I'm sure Louis will have some minute. Stuff. Yeah. But if you've ever been to St. Augustine, you definitely need to. And what I'm saying is, you can feel the presence of that tree. Like when you know, the guy's giving you the tour, you're on the carts, and he gives you the whole history of everywhere you stop. And when he talked about, it's like when you look at that tree, I mean, first of all, it's magnificent. Just seeing it, how tall it is, and how the thing is growing, is just fucking blows your mind. That in itself, regardless of what you do or not know about trees, that'll keep you in awe anyway. But it's like when you look at the tree, you can sense all the history and the time that it experienced. It's crazy. And so I'm saying that to say I do see definitely validity into what you guys are saying. I can't say I have the same experiences because I don't. I'd be bullshitting you if I said I did. But I do see it ties into when we're talking about energy, the micro and the macrocosm of nature, how nature is entwined in us and how it affects us. It's real. That stuff 100%. It's real. So it's interesting.
For me, from also an energetic perspective, like I think of plants as currents, especially different species of plants, like especially when it comes to herbs. I don't know how many people here do herbal magic and that type of stuff. But if you are using herbs in your magic and you use them, you're using each one for a specific purpose. In my vision, you're tapping into a current of that plant. You're taking from, let's say you want to use rosemary for exorcism or spiritual banishing. Yeah. Then you are tapping into the current of that plant. All of the information that led to that plant being what it is now is stored in that one plant. Correct. So the way it was connected to the rosemary plant that caused it to be another rosemary plant, etc., etc. It's almost like people, like how we are born and we say it through one blood lineage.
Right.
I see people as currents as well. Like each of us has our own distinct vibration. So we bring our own particular magic to existence 100%. As well.
Yep. Tata, Nisi, Louis, let me bring you in. What you got? Anything you want to add? What's going on, man?
I got a question. I'm good. Thank you so much. I got the notification a little later, and I was multitasking. But I heard a lot of the good things that Dragon Jasper had to say. And welcome back, Dragon Jasper. I know you were here previously, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, you were here before. Welcome back. It's good to
Thank
see you.
you.
Good to hear you. Thank you so much for your enlightenment. You said a lot of good things that resonate with me, and what I can say is the stuff that I was brought up in. I'm only sad that I guess this isn't for everybody, or everybody ain't ready to be woke, or everybody isn't ready to connect with their root stuff. But thank you so much on your chakra experiences and your Reiki experiences. A couple of things. I only have one question. You mentioned a book about frequencies. I think by Fanny Price. Was that the author? Would you put it in the chat?
Penny
Uh-huh.
Pierce.
Pierce. All right.
Let me get the full title of that book right quick.
Yeah, put it in the chat. Get a chance. And yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. As practitioners, we got to keep ourselves in tip-top condition. Yes. Especially if we're dealing with the public or we're dealing with clients and stuff like that. And that first and foremost. My motto has always been, I can't help you if I'm screwed up.
Hey.
Now, none of us are perfect because we're all human beings. Right. Let me rephrase that. We're all spiritual beings having a human experience in this thing called life. That's the best way I could put it, but so none of us is 100 perfect. Because my thing is, and maybe this is my stuff, if any of us was 100 perfect, we wouldn't be here on the planet.
That's right.
This is the learning. This is this is the learning ground. This is the testing ground. That's the way I look at it. But in keeping with that, moving on to the thing with the severe mental illness piece, I had 3 people throughout all these years close to me that were diagnosed schizophrenic, right? And for one sister, she passed away a couple of years ago from bone cancer. I knew her for years, and she came to me for some work, and we did a little work, but because I knew she had the diagnosis, I had let her know, your issue has to first and foremost be seen by a mental health professional. I said that can't be ignored. And because of it, she would have a lot of ups and downs and stuff like that, but she couldn't keep herself together, And I refused. And I took her to an elder of mine by chance. We were just in the neighborhood, and I had to borrow a shovel. I was doing some work for somebody else, and she had to go to use the bathroom. So I took her upstairs. She ran and used the bathroom, and there was a psychiatric nurse there who's also an initiate. Happened to be there, and she said, "Tata, what's going on with her?" I said, "Well, she's got this diagnosis." She said, "Tata, you can't do her, right, Tata?" I said, "No, I would never. I would never. It's like giving a child a loaded gun.
Right.
I would never. I would never." And I knew her mother and for many years and stuff. And sadly, she bounced around. And I saw it earlier in the chat where someone mentioned if you're getting into ATRs, be very, very careful. And yeah, I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. And my response in the chat was, you'll see it, it's in there if you scroll back, was that we can't approach this with a supermarket mentality.
No, I can't.
You go to one supermarket and they got something for one price, and you run around across the street and they got the same thing for a lesser price. So you run over there and run over here. No, we can't. We cannot. Well, I cannot. I'll say it's not the prudent thing to do to try to approach our spirituality with a supermarket mentality. Oh, I'll grab the this, I'll grab that, and I'll take a little of that. Oh, I gotta have this. I gotta have. Oh, this is 2 for $5. I have to have these. Can't do it. Can't do it.
Tata, we talk about this a lot, and it's when you're doing work or you're looking for things of that nature. I know the climate has changed. It's getting more fucked up now. I get it. It's very important, we talk about this a lot, to be comfortable with the person, to have some level of trust. If you're doing work or you're on these paths, like one thing I've always said when it came to like paths like that, like, Santeria or Ifa, I was fortunate. I found somebody who was trustworthy. They weren't scammers. They weren't trying to, this, Tata. I mean, Tata's being modest. He's got a lot of experience. This. Some of these, madrinas and padrinos, they'll just take on godchildren. It's a money thing, and which is fucked up. Yeah, it's a money thing sometimes. I was fortunate that I had a godmother who was very selective, and taking on godchildren. And it wasn't about the money. Yeah, things cost money. Don't get me wrong. Nothing's free. But she was very reasonable with her pricing. She was very trustworthy. She was straight to the point. She told it like it was. Didn't care if you, and I love that about anybody. I love fucking with people that ain't got no problem telling it like it is, because I don't like bullshit people. I don't like people that fucking front, people that lie and are full of shit. I just ain't got time for it. You know, and that's how my godmother was. So you're right. The supermarket mentality will get you fucked up, because just what's that old saying? Anything that's free or cheap doesn't necessarily mean it's good for you.
Yeah, you're right. Everything free costs twice as much in the long run. You know,
So
like they say, you buy cheap, you get cheap.
Yeah, be careful. 2 for 1s. You gotta be careful. So yeah, it's, you know, you got to tread carefully in that path. But I would like to think a lot of us, like I say, people that still work with those other paths, I would just hope they're doing it more in their own personal way, on a self-mastery perspective.
Yeah.
I would hope. I'm not judging anybody that's not. Don't put your spiritual sovereignty solely in the hands of another individual.
Never ever do that. Never ever.
So be careful, is what I'm trying to essentially say. Tata, any other questions? I mean,
yeah.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, like, I
Sure,
came
go
upon the IFA path because I had a head cleansing after I got out of the hospital. My brother's in Santeria.
Okay.
And he's been in it for many years. And so I witnessed an entire ritual, which I will not speak of in this moment, but it was so visceral and so real and so well put together. And I witnessed, because I was with my brother when he gathered all the ingredients for the ritual and hosted an Ianifa that only spoke Spanish to have it. And so when it happened for me, like it changed my life. But I wouldn't take an Elay because I didn't want to be held down. I wanted to be able to come at it at my own pace. And so I met Ishu, and I've been walking the path of just going to that as my guardian. And it's led me down Lilith's path, Hecate's path, Inanna's path. It's led me down. I mean, but it because I've been to the hospital, I needed a foundation, a root, a security blanket, a something that I could hold on to and grasp in my root core. Because yeah, I had some sexual stuff happen when I was a kid. Okay. So I never felt safe around guys. I did a lot of healing around that, and I'm still healing that. That's kind of a long journey, but all that to say, I never initiated in a house, but I know I don't need anybody to tell me that. Either you are or you aren't. You have your own experience, and that's for you. So as a shaman, for me, when I help people, I have to look at you from a whole perspective as best as I can, because everyone's path is different. And it's a lot. There's so much, and we can't put it all in one conversation.
No.
And you bring something up that is, and I've shared this, and Jasper, I'd like to get your thoughts on this. We talked about, and I'm glad you bring that up. Let me pronounce your game. How is it pronounced again correctly? I don't want to butcher it. I forgot. I'm sorry. Shaman?
Just like Shamafia.
Shamafia. Okay, so I did.
Like Shaman Mafia. Shamafia.
I like that. Shaman Mafia. I like that.
Since we're talking about
this renegade, yo, that's Shamafia, yo.
Shamafia. Word up.
So I want to bring something out.
We changing bloodline root issues.
Yeah. This comes up a lot. It's a very serious matter, and I know in my experience with it. Now, I personally never suffered or was experienced sexual abuse. But sexual abuse, over the last 20 years and plus years in doing this, in getting on this path, I never realized how common it is. It's so fucking common. And it's almost literally, I'm going to say 1 out of every 3 people I come across. Okay. Yeah. This is a serious thing, because part of what we do on this path in shadow work, this comes up a lot. Now, in dealing with a man and a woman, it varies. It's more common with women, but it's an ego thing. It's tough. It's tough for men to be honest about this. Like a shameful thing, a pride thing. Not saying that women don't have that issue either. A woman, it becomes a little bit more intense. But I think with men, are very tight-lipped about it. They're very embarrassed about it. It's hard for them to talk about it. Not saying it's not for women in certain cases. I'm bringing this up because sexual abuse, which comes up a lot in our shadow work class, and I've worked with a lot, mostly women, but I've worked with a lot of people over the years dealing with that. It can really destroy a person's life. It can affect them spiritually, their growth and their evolution. It could affect their sex life moving forward, because you find somebody who's been sexually abused, it's usually one of two things. They either despise sex completely, or it could be the reverse. They become super overly sexed. And it's a way of dealing, with the abuse. Now, again, I'm only speaking from my work with it, so I can't speak from experience because I don't have that experience. But this is a serious blockage on our path. So my question to our guest this evening, Dragon Jasper, how has that come up as a whole on your path working with clients, or in addressing this with clients, maybe in Reiki or some form of spiritual work? What's your thoughts on carrying that type of energy, since this has come up? I think this is a very important topic too. So your
I think
thoughts?
it also very important, and it's so personal. Like,
Yeah.
we are the only ones living in our body, so it's difficult to explain to somebody else that something so terrible happened to you,
Right.
in such a personal, violated kind of way. Unfortunately, I know many people who are not my clients who have gone through this, and they each responded to it in a different way. Now,
Okay.
specifically for men, I feel as though it's important to speak up about it, even if you do feel ashamed, even if you do feel, like someone took something from you that you can't get back.
Right.
Yeah.
It is important to speak up about what you experience and call it by name, regardless of what gender you are. Because when you say what it was and you say what happened, it takes away its power.
Ashe.
When you are awakened to the fact that this was a moment in time and it does not define your whole life, then you can recover from them. You
Yeah.
take away its power. You take power over it. Because this is what sexual abuse is truly about. The person who was doing the sexual abuse in the first place felt powerless, and so they tried to take power from you, whether it was a conscious attempt at literally stealing your power, or a subconscious, disturbance that caused them to act in such a way. And I have no pity for sexual abusers. Like, I
Yeah.
believe we are all responsible for our own actions. I literally have no pity for them whatsoever. And to do something about what you experience as a person who went through sexual abuse, it's important that you work with your sacral chakra to heal it.
Which deals with sex energy. That's correct.
Definitely cleanse. A lot of very cleansing energy for your sacral chakra. Wear orange as much as you can. Experience joy, because the sacral chakra also has to do with our joy and our creativity. Art therapy can be extremely helpful for you. And again, like Baniti keeps saying, I'm not a mental health professional. I'm not a doctor.
Correct.
These are just spiritual suggestions as to what can assist you.
Yes. I've been a student
And
of the chakras my whole life. So orange, you just color therapy is easy for people. Orange, boo. Just stick with it. All that, like a smell of orange, picture
eat
orange. I
one,
mean,
eat a
there's
bunch of orange, where it's, in addition to that, like, it's a mental journey that you go through after a different person has done something terrible to your body. So I would definitely recommend, seeing somebody, doing a lot of journaling, trying your best to focus on things that are positive memories and not negative ones. Not to bypass the problem, but to realign yourself with a life that you do find joyful, and to restore the relationship with your body as well.
Yeah. And one of the disturbing things I've seen over the years, which is it's fucked up, and it's not justification at all, but you see this pattern a lot of times. The abusers were abused themselves, and it's their way of exercising this. It's the wrong way. It doesn't justify it. I'm not saying all the cases. Sometimes it's just the individual's fucked up and they just taking advantage or preying upon an innocent child or individual or person who's at their mercy. But a disturbing trend you see in this over the years is, and I'm going to say it's probably 75% almost or more. It seems like a lot of them were abused, and it's a pattern, and it's like it's their way of carrying out or dealing with it in a very disturbed way, which is, it's fucked up. It doesn't justify it. Tata, I know you've dealt with a lot of people over the years in your path.
It's you know, I'm gonna chime in on this. You know,
yeah, I want you to. That's why.
Yeah, this is wow. This is insightful. It's no coincidence that at this day and age, a lot of these issues are coming up in society. Before I retired, right, from my primary job, right, I took another job in the helping field, and it was partially clinical. And what I found in taking this job and interviewing people and you know, doing psychosocials and things like that was that many of the clientele that organization had to deal with, the population they served, had to deal with individuals that had a lot of trauma in their childhood: physical, mental, spiritual, emotional, financial, and sexual trauma. And one thing about trauma, and like Dragon Jasper said it, trauma has to be like any other injury. It has to be addressed. It can't be ignored. If I fall down the street and break my arm, I can't run around like it's okay. It's got to be addressed. Got to. And what I've seen throughout the years, and this has even come up in readings I've done for people, you know, it's come up in the casting of the oracle. And I was like, wow, you know, and it's something that it takes tact to even address it. And sometimes I cannot even address it to the true nature of what it is, because when I look at the client in front of me, I know that they're not ready to even deal with that.
That's happened to me before too.
Right. So I've had to say, listen, the oracle says you've experienced some trauma in your past. You have to deal with this trauma. You have to seek professional help. You have to get a therapist. You have to deal with this trauma. Magic and sorcery will help you on a path towards healing it, but you got to address this. You cannot continue to ignore this, because what happens is the trauma, especially sexual trauma, it has like a ripple effect. And I've also, when I was in of course, professional practice, what I've also had to deal with is a lot of the clientele I dealt with had substance abuse issues. And when you peel apart the layer of the substance abuse issues, you'll see at the core of a lot of them. A lot of them is the trauma. But you can't deal with the trauma if you're dealing with clientele like that in any setting. You can't deal with the trauma unless you peel apart the top layers.
That's right.
Because the top layers will continue to cover and hide the true trauma. It's a lifetime healing journey for some people.
Yes.
It's a lifetime healing journey.
Yeah. No, 100%. Let me say this real quick, and I will go back to the chat real quick. There's some more questions, and I don't want to pretend like we keep ignoring them. We got so engaged in this, but Tata, I'm glad you shared that, and man, excellent fucking advice. I can attest over the years. Do you know how many times I started a reading with a client, and I'm talking about the first thing out the gate? That's the first question I ask them, because it comes right up. I say, "You were sexually abused." They go like this, because it's the first thing. Like a person will do a shadow work reading, for an example, and the spirits are invoked because a shadow work reading that I do is simply designed to specifically address what you got going on around you or what's affecting you or blocking you. And I can, again, it's been quite a lot where a person will come on and the first thing, it might be Lilith, the Scarlet Lady in her red form, because she'll usually come forward and identify a sexual abuse victim for me. And it's one of the key things. And then it's amazing to me because I want to touch what you said about the psychological aspect and psychological health. It amazes me how they think on the surface, they've kind of buried it, and they think on the surface, oh, no, I'm cool. They'll say shit like, I'm cool with it. I understand it. I put it in the contract. And I'll say, no, you haven't. There's deeper subconscious elements there that have not been addressed because that's why it's coming up. No, I understand. We're not talking about your conscious mundane self. I get that part. I'm not saying on the surface you can't explain it. You can't verbalize it. That's not what I'm saying. We're talking about psychologically on a subconscious level, what it's doing to you that you're not aware of, because people keep forgetting that there's effects of how it affects you on an unknown level. And shadow work is about digging to that unknown aspect of your subconscious mind that you've been suppressing and you're not even aware of it. And it'll come, boom, it shoots right to the surface. And the reason why I had asked you, Tata, because I know you've dealt with so many people over the years and your history of doing this. And I know you know it's common too. So it's common.
What I will say this though, it's I guess it's the time that it needs to be addressed. And like from an ATR perspective, right? The one thing that's lacking in the ATR systems, and I'm not knocking them, but I have to tell the truth about it, is shadow work. In the ATR systems, shadow work is something that's not done.
Correct.
You know, it's not a prerequisite. And looking at it from my practice now, practicing a version of Palo Mayombe, where I've stripped it of a lot of the traditional stuff and a lot of the other stuff that was intertwined with it, what I have found beneficial is shadow work. It's important to know who you are as a person seeking. Because you see, what I've seen, and I'm going to shut up in a minute, is that anybody who comes for a reading or to a healer or to have some work done is looking for something. They're looking for answers that they haven't gotten anywhere else. Traditional systems haven't worked. You know, organized religion's not working. The organized religious systems and organizations are just not working. So they're looking for something. And in order to look for something, you got to know what you're looking for. How you going to know what you're looking for if you don't take a look at you? I mean, that's the way I look at it. Correct. And let me not micromanage or hog up the workshop because we're having a ball here.
Yeah, we sure are.
But Dragon
4 hours
Jasper,
in almost.
Yeah.
Thank you too.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tata.
Shamifa, no?
Shamafia? Yes.
Shamafia.
Oh, I love the way you said that. Shamafia. Say it again, Papa.
Shamafia.
Shamifa. I like that. I would love to connect with you on another. Yes. Yes.
Okay, cool.
Say it again. Oh, that was
Shamafia.
Awesome. Yes.
Shamafia.
Okay, y'all.
That was awesome, y'all.
You guys want a
so
private room?
honestly,
Careful,
it was so dope. But y'all, like, this is like a healing room. We're healing the whole.
Careful, as an elder Tata, I'll say this: "Tu te llamas Shamafia." Your name is Shamafia now.
Oh, did you hear? Y'all heard that was what? It just broke it up. Did you hear that?
Yeah,
wow.
It did. I just heard the break.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was awesome. Thank you.
All right, so we got a couple more questions for you, Jasper, in the chat. Jasper,
so
if it gets,
I think as a
just
person
let us know.
who.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. If it gets late and you got to go, just you because we don't want to hold you hostage, but that's how we do it here, unfortunately.
This is the longest video I've seen on your channel thus far. I'm trying to set a record.
Oh no, I got longer ones. But
no way.
Yeah, I got 5-hour ones.
Got to see it through, my boy. Got to see it through.
All right, so some more questions I want to get to in the chat because I know we got engaged here. I'm glad people finally came in and we're engaged, but let's go back to the chat. Let's make sure we're paying attention to these people too. So there's a couple questions here. XYYD, not sure if you're still here, but the question, and I think you kind of touched on this, but maybe you could touch a little bit more. The question they ask is, how do you align / balance your chakras? Like, can it be done purely through meditation? So that's the question.
Yes, I started to touch on this earlier through color meditation. So what I would suggest is to visualize the color itself for each chakra. And you can see, to cleanse, your chakras will go anti-clockwise. And to charge, your chakras will go clockwise. That's very important. So if you're unsure, don't do it to yourself. So, but you can just focus on a color and focus on where your chakra is physically and focus on the color of that chakra. So for example, the root chakra would be red. So if you're sat there, preferably in a lotus position or upright, or if you're laying down, lay as flat as you can. And just visualize that color going to your root chakra and healing. If you see any sort of debris, etc. in there, just visualize it dissolving into that color. Or you can visualize it dissolving white and then dissolving into the color itself. And this can be done by you anytime. If you sense that there is a more deep disturbance, I would highly suggest clearing them with energy work. There are other physical ways to do it, but that'll take another hour to explain.
Yes. I always suggest people, you can use crystals, stones, essential oils, and the color thing is very powerful. Like you say, sometimes this will come up in readings and things of that nature. I'll show people how they could do exercises to heal the chakra. Like you could take crystals or stones for that particular chakra, hold it in your dominant hand, and you can visualize the energy from that crystal or stone. If you know how to visualize it going to that particular chakra and in a counterclockwise motion.
Don't I have that?
Charge. Say it again.
I apologize. I was supposed to be muted. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna mute you. No worries. I got you. So yes, there, like Jasper's saying, there's meditations, there's actual practices, essential oils. If you get a basic book on chakras, a book that will identify colors, crystals, stones, essential oils, incense, all of that can be used. Those also can be tools in your arsenal you can use to do repair work or healing work.
Chakras.
Yeah, on your chakras.
I highly recommend crystals. Like crystals are very powerful. And if you have the right ones, like if you've ever seen a person laying down with one crystal on specific points in their body, that can be powerful as well. Selenite is a good one for overall cleansing. If you're looking for, there are so many.
Oh yeah.
Quartz is a good one for charging, just clear quartz for charging.
Yes.
And I would recommend golden healer quartz if you are doing regular magical work or spiritual work.
Yep. All right, there's a good comment here from Kimberly C. Or not too long. Well, I guess it was a little while ago. 1038. People with, when we were talking about psychosis, and this is true, people with multiple personalities have them for their protection and power. Usually due to trauma, psychosis. Yes, it is hallucinations. It's all those things. Hearing voices. It's real. So I just wanted to add that comment to kind of what we were talking about earlier. Definitely true. What else we got? I saw something. Okay, here it is down here. Xander Promo had a question. And I can give one too, but you can give one here. Question. I need to learn how to balance the chakras. What is a good reference book that you can recommend for beginners?
I was just thinking about that. I would recommend anything by Cindy Dale, Cyndi Dale. She gives a full rundown of energetic systems and how they work together. And it is a handbook, a textbook that I work with all the time. It's called The Practical Handbook to Energy Work, I believe. I'll have to look up the exact title. but her name is Cindy Dale, and I swear by her books.
Okay.
There was another author that I found on Scribed who's written individual books about the chakras, and he provides information on, essential oils, like you were saying, different crystals, physical aspects of cleansing the chakra using not aspects, physical exercises you can use to cleanse and balance your chakras as well. And affirmations, this is also quite important, that you use to empower your chakras. So after you've already cleansed and balanced them, to strengthen them, you will need to align with a way of thinking that will inform your behaviors. So that's like another level, though. You don't have to get deep into that right now, because I know how this chat is go.
Yeah.
We'll be here for the next 3.5 hours.
Yeah. And I'll throw a very good book for beginners, Ruth White. There's a book by Ruth White called Working with the Chakras. It is straight to the point, a very easy read. But I don't say that because it's like a simple book, like it's basic. It's not. But the way she put the book together, like for an example, she'll have each chakra, she breaks it down obviously into the core chakras, and she puts a nice listing and chart, like essential oils for this chakra that can be used, crystals, incense. So she gives a good, thorough breakdown of the chakra, work you can do for it, and then the essential elements. So the format of how the book is written is perfect for a beginner. It's a very easy read. It's a very easy manual, quote unquote, for a beginner to follow. And it's, and then the ones that Jasper said. All right, what else we got?
If I could jump in on that, Baniti.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Jump in, brother. Jump in, brother.
Dragon Jasper. I've seen chakra candles. Do you ever work with that, and how do you if you do?
That is really cool. I haven't used them personally, but I can understand that they would be using color therapy. It's really important with candles, though, to cleanse the hell out of them before you use them. You don't know how they were manufactured. You don't know who all been handling them. And also hold them in your hand and put an intention into them. If you can speak the relevant affirmation into them for that chakra, it will be very beneficial for you. That sounds nice, actually. I should give that a try. I've been using candles for everything else except that.
I'm just going to say a hoodoo secret. Spit on it while you're speaking
intending,
and do a little spit and some intention. Carve into it what your intentions are. Let's make this real.
My mind was somewhere else. I'm sorry.
My mind immediately went somewhere else, too.
Listen. Oh, no. You went all the way.
I believe that
You're wrong. I'm gonna leave. We're all leaving it there. Bye. Okay. Next second. What's the next comment? Oh God. Or something. It wasn't God, y'all. It couldn't have been God. It was somebody other than that. So, Brother Baniti, I have this carnelian, and you're doing the thing with set. So, what do you recommend I do with this? Like in a bath, I power up with this beautiful. It's a massage stone because I'm a licensed massage therapist.
That's a nice one too.
I've used it, but but what you think?
Okay, so good question. So we're working with it in a multiple. This is a really good question. So we're working with it in multiple ways. So here's some of the ways I'm using it, some of the feedback I'm getting. So the whole month is devoted to set. And the reason why we're using the carnelian stone on this path, the reddish brown carnelian stone is affiliated with set because it can help create harmony. It can relieve anxiety, stress. We're focusing on it a little deeper. We're focusing on it for making order out of our personal chaos. So we're using it as a healing tool, but as a tool also to remove obstructions and blockages. So what I'm doing every morning when I get up, in addition to, yes, you can use it for baths, so I get up every morning. First, I've taken a clear glass bowl, and I filled it with carnelian stones, and I placed it in front of images set. So what I'm doing is charging the whole altar with that energy for this month. I think I'm even going to keep it there now because of the way it's working. It originally was just going to be something I was going to place there for this month, but I think it's going to stay there now. So in the morning I get up, I take two big ones, nice size ones, and I put one in each hand. and I say a personal / affirmation invocation to Set. And the affirmation or the invocation is designed whatever I got going on. Like I'll say, for an example, I ask Set to engulf me in his divine knowledge and wisdom. I'll ask him to engulf me in his chaotic mysteries so I can reach my potential that I'm destined and what I'm here for. I'm very specific on what I'm trying to draw from the work with the carnelian stone and what I'm expecting from Set. When I say expecting from Set, I'm talking about the intent that I charged it with. So you can do it, hold it. You can do affirmations at your altar. You can create baths. Another thing that you can do with it, you can place it. If we were talking about chakra work, I'm very big on chakra meditations where you can place it in your dominant hand and do that visualization technique that I described earlier. And I'll enhance that ritual, though, obviously with incense or essential oil. Now, lavender, you can anoint stones with an essential oil. Lavender is effective for that. Believe it or not, with Set, cinnamon works, a nice pure cinnamon oil, because Set likes very sweet, pungent things when you're working with him, I find. Yes, you can use dragon's blood. People will tell you the main things. I think some of these things you got to find.
You said cinnamon?
Cinnamon, yes. Cinnamon is very effective too.
Ashe. Okay.
Yeah. So these are just some of the creative ways. And then again, long story short, there is no right or wrong way to do it. You might be getting inspired to do something completely in a whole nother direction. Follow it. You know, if you're getting some type of other intuition, I'm just sharing some techniques that people are using, and some people are even. I haven't done this. I've suggested this, and some people got me feedback. They sent me feedback. Some people are placing the stones under their pillow when they sleep for healing, and also to enhance their dreams with Set. I mean, you can use it for that too, which is another method. Some are placing the bowl of stones right by their like nightstand when they sleep to tap into the energy for the astral realm. I mean, that can be done. There's a multitude of things you can do with it. You don't, you just kind of follow that guide. Okay.
Ashe. Thank you.
But it's a good question. All right. Let me see if we can get a few more chat questions. It's getting close to that time, man. I keep saying that. Okay.
It's midnight now.
Yeah, this is a good question. I definitely want to chime in on this. And then I'll let you, Jasper, and maybe if anybody else wants to add. This question comes up so many times over the years, periodically. This is from Brother Lyle. What is the difference between the spirit and the soul? Yes, point of view on it. Everybody's going to have their own perspective. Well, first off, they're not the same thing. That's number one. For an example, even if you went, and I'll start there, not that that's going to be the root answer of it. Even when you look in the Bible in the Semitic languages, there's two completely different words for spirit and soul, right? In the Aramaic, ruha is the word for soul, and nafish is the word for spirit. Now, anybody that practices spirituality knows that the soul is the very core and essence of who and what you are. It's when you strip away, we always talk about the physical body, and this is just the shell. The soul is that energy field that lives on forever. The soul never dies. It just multiplies colors. No, let me stop. I was just thinking about the movie. Every time that comes up, I don't know why. Every time that question comes up, I do that. But anyway, the soul really, when we talk about eternal life, when the ancient Egyptians talk about this concept of eternal life, that it's talking about bloodline ancestry. That's part of it. But it's also, when you look at the opening of the mouth ceremony and all of these rites of passage to the afterlife, it's to confirm that most of these cultures had that understanding. Though the physical decomposes and goes back to the earth, the soul continues to live on because it's energy. And energy can never be destroyed, right? Energy can be manipulated even when we understand it from a magical perspective, but it can never be destroyed. So we live on eternally in spirit and soul. Now, spirit is what people will define in certain spiritual circles, and I'm in alignment with this. This is my point of view. It reflects what the soul is expressing. So what do I mean by that? If
I need this fucking thing
you're in a good mood, for an example, hold on, feedback.
Give me kisses, baby.
There we go. For an example, when you look at school spirit of sports, so you must have school spirit, right? We all went when we were in high school. We went to pep rallies, right? And that's to get our spirit going in a certain direction. So your spirit reflects how your soul feels, right? So when you're feeling the emotions of sadness, joy, happiness, elation, anger, greed, that is what your spirit's going to reflect at, because that's coming from the root core of your being, which is your soul. Now, there's a connection. We were talking about the heart chakra earlier, where that's the root seed of all your emotions, right? Of how you express it. It's facilitated through there. So to put it in simplistic terms, and there's going to be different perspectives on this. There's some people who say spirit and soul are the same thing. I totally disagree, right? The soul is the very core essence of who and what you are, okay? And the soul never dies, okay? That's why they say the soul lives on, and that's the whole concept of eternal life. The spirit is what the soul is feeling and reflecting. It's how you reflect it, what we call through that term, spirit. Now, you might say, well, how does that correlate to what we call some of these entities that we work with spirits? So I'm going to tell you, be careful, because that's necessarily not the right term for them, right? We also use the term that they're beings of energy. And to me, that's the correct term. Now, when we say we're tapping into the spirit, we're tapping into their energy, because the spirit reflects the energy of the soul. So that's why we call them spirits. So we have to be careful of that. It's the same thing with us. When you transition on into immortality and you become one of those eternal souls, the same way we're living in this mundane existence and we're invoking energies and archetypes of spirits and demons, as we call them, you become one of those that become invoked as you make the transition, but they invoke you in spirit. And that's why we call it spirit. Okay. So there is a difference. I mean, that's the point of view I can give you. I'm not saying everybody's going to agree with that, right? But I can tell you there's a clear distinction between the two. Even when you go into the origin, if we had to go to the root of language, and I went to the Aramaic because that word comes up a lot when you read the Bible per se, and there's two distinct different words for it, ruha and nafish, okay? And if you look it up, you can kind of get a definition of it, all right? I don't know if anybody else wanted to add something to that. Dragon Jasper, your thoughts? I don't know, anybody?
I completely agree with that view, and I had totally forgotten about those two words. I think they are so beautiful how they are different, because I believe, if I'm wrong, please correct me, that ruach refers to like the breath of God or something like that.
Yes.
Breath of divine source. And when I read that for the first time, I was like, damn, this is so beautiful.
And you're getting that from Genesis chapter 2, verse 7. It said, God breathed into man the breath of life. And man became a living soul.
And when I think about souls, like when I go into energy work with anyone, I don't just look at the condition of their spirit. I look at how their soul and their body are connected, right? So when we are working with our spirit, we're dealing with all of the energy that runs through us, the consciousness that runs through us. Like, you can visibly see it if you are working on somebody. You can see where their systems are blocked in their body. You can see how they're where it's functioning well versus where it needs to be cleared and what needs to be moved around and all that stuff. And the soul is incorruptible, because I believe that the soul is a direct emanation from source. This is what will not, like you said, it won't die, it won't perish. I don't even know if you can really transmute it, because once it returns to its source, it becomes whatever source decides it is next.
Well, that's correct. Dark Divine, I don't even see you in here. I just noticed now you say you've been trying to come in. I don't see you. because it pops up on the right. I'm looking in the queue. There's nothing there. I'm not sure if that's a computer issue. I don't see it. I haven't seen you pop up at any point. Everybody else that has come in, I see them. They immediately come in the queue. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what it is. So I don't want you to think we're intentionally ignoring you, because we're not. I don't even see you there. I'm looking. I'm double checking. I don't see it. Not sure what's going on. Try again. Maybe go back out. Try to come back in. You probably tried that already. I'm not sure. Okay. All right. I think maybe we will. I think we're good. We've been going for a while. Let me see if there's any key questions I missed. I'm kind of going through it. I know with this, look, it's hard to get to everything and everybody. It's not like we won't do another one of these. Yeah, I think we'll leave it there for now. So this was some good stuff. The Ka and the Ba, yeah. When you talk about spirit and soul in ancient Egypt, we'll probably maybe address that. I've talked about that a lot in Egyptian Heka. Ka and the Ba is very important, but we'll hit that next time. I know it's getting a little late. If we keep continuing, well, it'll be sunrise before we get off here.
Real talk.
But we'll definitely get Dragon back. This won't be the last time. We'll get it back here, definitely. We'll continue. We'll come up with another topic because as we know, it's going to open doors, to different things, and that's good. Gives us dialogue to talk about. So, having said that, Dragon, why don't you give your final closing thoughts, and again, contact information where people can contact you for your services if they are interested. Closing thoughts.
First of all, thank you so much for having me. I'm here. This has been super fun. I'm tired now. If you are interested in receiving energy work from me, I am happy to travel. I am also happy to do distance energy work. You can go right onto my website, dragonjasper.com, and you can see all of my contact information there, my Instagram, my YouTube channel, where you can find occult ritual music. My Spotify as well. You can go and subscribe and follow if you'd like to. And that's basically it. I'm really glad we had such an in-depth discussion. I wasn't expecting it to go this deep, but I'm happy that it did.
Yeah, definitely.
So thank you.
No, I thank you. Thank you for coming by again. And definitely, as you know, won't be the last. And then we will talk. I appreciate you coming by, spending 4 hours and 11 minutes and counting.
Worth it.
Nah, it's all good. I enjoy doing it. So it's all good. It's been a long day. All good. Thank you for coming. Thank everybody for spending this time with us. I thank you guys for supporting this platform too. Thank you guys for supporting the Patreon page. I encourage you to go check that out if you want to participate in the private classes that I do outside of YouTube. Again, it's been going on the ticker on the bottom. You see it the whole night. Patreon.com/Baniti, Baniti. And I definitely would encourage you to look at tier 3. That will give you access to all the private classes and the ritual that we do on a monthly basis. All right. Thank you guys. You guys enjoy the rest of your week. Frontal blessings to all. And we will talk soon. All right.